Shut up and sit down.
There you go. And we should be live. Hello, gang. Colin here.
Hello.
Festa 67's workshop. Yeah, and we are back for a Friday frolic.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
We've all been busy this week. Well, one of us has. the other one, who I'm not going to grass up, Fox, has done Sweet Fox all. See what I did there?
I've done some work this week, but not as much work as I'd hoped.
Absolutely. So before I start anything, I suppose I should get all the formalities out the way. So a big thanks to Goblin Gaming and all of that lot. So you can see their link in the description if you want to get 20% off the RRP, and I get a little bit of a kickback. So go and give them a visit for all your tabletop gaming needs. If you want to help support the channel, you can do so by going to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or you can click the join button underneath this or any of my other videos and become a member of the channel. That will give you exclusive access to the Zoom off air 24/7 hangout. And also you can buy me a coffee, and if you want to help support Fox, you can support him at patreon.com/model making guru, and you can click the join button on any of his content as well. To get our attention during the show, you can do an @Festa67's workshop in the chat, or an @Model Making Guru in the chat, or if you choose to do so, you can click the $ and put your comment in a nice sexy super chat, which gives your comment a nice big box, and you get a bit of on-screen air guitar as well. So that's your options, folks. So
If you ever need to remember about Super Chat, just remember Colin likes a nice big box.
I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there.
Saw what I
That
did there.
is a vicious rumour, mate.
I only spread the finest of rumours.
Absolutely. Well, I'll have a quick look at the chat. Model Maker Dave was in saying hello,
Hi, Dave.
everyone.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
Scale Model Ninja's in. Ross saying evening all. Hello, mate.
Hello, Ross.
As
hello,
is
hello.
Candygram for Mongo says,
Hey, F. Margo.
are you Dave Festa, Ross Fox, and all in chat.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Fox is saying goodly evening, Barp, Parpitudes.
Puppitudes.
Graham McRoberts says, how are we all tonight? Fine and
Hey,
dandy, Graham. I everything's all right your end, mate.
Willkommen auf dem Show.
Hugo's in, Hugh Gordon, saying evening, everyone. Hello, Hugo.
Hello.
Graham says, my tank is nearly finished and ready to paint. Happy days. And he's also says to you, hello, Fox. Hope Mum is doing good, me friend. There you go.
Thanks, buddy. She's doing all right. She's getting there slowly. She's still a terror, but she's getting there.
Absolutely. Island Boy says, evening, Colin, Fox, Dave, everyone in the chat. Going to be lurking in the background. Hope everyone is keeping well. Hello, Bob. Hope everything's all right, mate, and that you're keeping nice and well. So everyone's saying hello to each other there. Paul J. Lewis is in. Says, hi, everyone. Let the magical modelling mayhem start.
It's the beginning of the invasion of the Pauls. By the end of the show, there are about 6 Pauls in chat. There always are.
Panzer's in, saying evening all. Graham says to you, is that Pingo, Fox?
Pingo? He's not a penguin. He's Guthorm. He's a puffin.
It's the puffin of Guthorm.
Guthorm is my mascot and puffin. Everybody likes Guthorm.
James is in, says evening, Colin, Fox, all in chat. Joseph Kelly's in, says hi all. Hello, Joseph. How you doing?
Joseph.
And Graham says hello to Candygram. So there you go. Nice.
I think his surname is Sigurdsson, but I'm not sure.
Oh,
I think it's Guthorm Sigurdsson. I think.
oh, really? Mine's just Magnus. Me puffin up there.
I thought yours has a surname, Magnus something or other,
Don't know.
because it's like a prince or something, an Orcadian prince. Like mine.
I think
Some
so.
legendary Orcadian
It's got
Viking type.
It's got Magnus written on the front of his hat. So yeah.
His hat. Mine hasn't got a hat. He's just got.
Oh yeah,
mine's got
pork pie hat on, mate.
Oh, mine's got 1980s Michael Flish glasses, leather glasses.
See him? With his little pork pie hat.
Little pork pie hat seems correct.
Absolutely.
I must, in some way, actually somehow attach these lenses to Guthorm's face without actually destroying him,
Yeah.
so that they don't keep falling off. But I'm rubbish at.
Absolutely. But anyway, how have you been? How's your mum been? And dare I ask, what haven't you been doing this week, mate?
I'm all right. I'm not doing too bad. I have done some work this week. I'll just hang on a minute. I have done some stuff this week. I have done lots of priming and painting on the Imperial Knight that I'm doing. So I've got some bits done.
Yeah.
So I've got base coats and primer coats. I've got some metallics down, and there's a lot of time at the spray booth and the filming.
Yeah. Happy days,
Got
mate.
that back over there.
Coming along nicely, you know, mate.
So that was a good chunk of work at the start of this week, filming that, but I've not got much more done since then. Been a bit of a low mojo for the last couple of days, so...
Yeah, you were saying before we came live that you've been a bit... yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it just goes, and you're like... Pfft.
Yeah, happy days, mate.
So there's no point forcing it, especially not when you're filming something, so...
No.
Mama Fox is doing all right. She's okay. She's getting there slowly.
Yeah. And
Right now I'm just really warm.
What are you going to be building then, mate? You're doing a bit more on your boys, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can finish me boys. Where did I get up to? I'm up to... Are you done?
Yeah.
I'm up to... Why, Yoda. I think I got up to 8. I'm building number 8. And then there's a couple more. And then after that, I guess I'm building the plane again, aren't I? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you're looking forward to that, aren't you, mate?
Well... Yeah, I am, but I would have done one. But I'll get it built anyway. I'm just thinking of more... it's more the case of... Because I'm doing the night as well. It's going to be a case of where am I going to put all the bits while I'm working on it and moving them back and forth. And
that's the trouble. See, that's the trouble.
Like the dudes, I can just stick them in there and out of the way for now.
Yeah, that's the trouble I had. I got to that point, I just couldn't move, so... Yeah.
Did he serve during the Falklands War, Fox, says Graham about Gotham. No, Gotham's from Orkney.
Yeah.
He's an Orcadian puffin. We've all got an Orcadian puffin from our friend Scott, who lives in Orkney.
Yeah.
So, like me, I've got one, Ted's got one, Colin's got one, Chris has got one. I think Chris's is just called Paul.
Yeah.
They're all named after, like, Orcadian princes or Viking leaders of some sort. And Orcadian kings. So, Guthorm Sigurdsson, I think is
we are all very honoured to have our puffins.
Mm-hmm. Breaking news, by the way.
Yes.
It's coffee, not tea.
No.
I've been drinking a bit of coffee this week.
Is it Barry's coffee? See what I did there?
No, it's not Barry's coffee. No, I went to clean my tin mug.
Yeah.
It had, like, you could put your finger around the inside and you could feel the texture from all the tea build-up. So I did, like you suggested, get a load of boiling water and a dash of bleach in there to try and bleach it.
Yeah.
It did absolutely nothing at all.
Really? That's unusual.
And now it just smells of bleach.
That is unusual. Mine was, crystal clear.
No, this is like, I mean, it must be bad. No, literally, you can feel the texture. It's a real coating. I'm like, oh.
You
so
scuzzy
maybe
git.
maybe it's different. Maybe it's worse in like metal tin mugs. I don't know. Maybe it's because it's metal.
Yeah, perhaps it's eaten into the surface, mate.
Could be. But then I get the impression the bleach just kind of got stuck in all the ming on the surface. Didn't get rid of it. No, it's got bleach in it. So I'm just gonna soaking with dish soap in there at the minute. But I don't know. It may be too late.
Yeah.
I could have just carried on, but
Yeah, it's one of them, innit?
I read the thing about like bicarbonate of soda and lemon juice. I'm like, that's far more effort that I can be bothered doing.
Yeah, sometimes something like white vinegar might eat into it, but
I tried that as well.
Yeah.
Well, I tried boiling water with a load of white vinegar in it, and that didn't do. That just made it smell like vinegar. I was like, oh.
So it's gone well for you then.
Yeah, I think the tea in that cup is like you get the ferrite crust on deep sea rocks. It's like it's just not coming. It's never. The mug is dead. Long live the mug.
Yeah. It's mugging you up, is it? See what I did there?
The only thing is, the only pain is, of course, I've got used to drinking out of that because it's bigger than a normal coffee mug, but it's not as big as this big litre Batman mug.
Yeah.
So it's like it's about the right size for a goodly cup of tea.
Yeah.
Because one cup of tea, you drink it down, you've got to go and make another one within minutes. It's like, well, I'm up and down the stairs all day. It's like, at least with the big tin mug, it lasts long. I'll have to get some more. Spend money on tin mugs. I don't know.
Yeah, but at least you get to have those really cool tin mugs that all look the same colour.
That's true. I need to find some more Land Rover mugs. Paul J. Lewis says, Fox, that coffee looks so weak it was leaning against the side of the mug. Well, it's been about a year since I've drunk coffee properly and I've forgotten how many coffees to put into this litre of mug. And I've just noticed there's lots of like dried coffee on the top. So I'm out of the habit of how much coffee to put in. I've only got 2 spoons of coffee in here at the minute, and that's for a litre, so I may have not put enough in. It's been a while since I've drunk coffee, so. But I figured as I've not been painting today, I thought I'd treat myself to some coffee. So.
Yeah, it's going to go well for you then.
Yeah, I'm going to stab myself up the wazoo all over the place. Right, where's my knife? Talking of stabbing myself. There we are.
This is where the screen goes wrong now, because you've got your knife out.
Yeah, I can report from Sunday that wound did go a bit throbbity for about a day. It's healed over now.
Oh, did you have to have a splint?
No. But that's the ideal nose picking finger. So I've just had a crusty nose all week.
Oh no!
Because I'm not sticking my finger up my nose, because then I'll just get disease in my finger and then I'll just die of black death or something. So. Yeah. Big crusty bogey. I had to live with it.
Oh dear. Surprised you didn't break out the cotton buds, mate.
Oh God, no! That's not going to get a big crusty one out. That's just going to jam it in even further and make it worse. Yeah. It's weird, it's like having a big crusty bogey you can't get rid of. It's just as bad as having a bit of rice stuck between your teeth. It's really annoying.
I really shudder at what you get up to at that bench. You get the model making tweezers out, don't you?
No, just jam your finger in there and get it out. It's just as easy. Listen, I'm a bloke. I have no pretensions to style or grace. I'm 7 years old and I'm a bloke. I don't pretend to be all classy and sparkly and.
Yeah, get your knuckle deep in the nostril, folks. It gets rid of it all. That's Fox's motto.
Everyone picks their nose and scratches their arse. Let's not even pretend.
Absolutely.
25, 26. That's what I need. So, what have you been up to this week, Carl? How have you been this week, and what have you been up to, my friend?
I have been all right, mate. I've been moving the man cave around because. Mm-hmm. It got a little bit hairy in here, so literally 3 of the 4 walls got ripped apart and redone, and so it's getting there. It's the lipstick and mascara stage now of moving all the models back in and deciding where stuff's going to live and be displayed. And yeah.
Are you saying that before you did that, it was all fur and no knickers, and now it's a bit more classy?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a Friday car.
Nah.
It was a Friday Austin Allegro, and is now a slightly racy Maserati. So, yeah. It's getting there. I'm happy.
Jolly good.
It's certainly safer to work in than it was before, so...
Yeah.
Which is cheers up.
Less spiders, I suspect.
Oh, mate, some of the big-ass spiders that came out when I lifted them cupboards out. Bloody hell, mate.
I had to... I was sat the other day. Mama Fox was going to bed and I was just sat in here. And as she went to the loo, and as she came out, I looked to say, to give her a wave and say, you're going to bed. And as she was stood outside the toilet door, just above her head, above the door, was the world's biggest spider I've ever seen in my entire life on the wall. I was like, oh, look at the size of that. And she went, I'm going in my room. I'm gone.
Oh, yeah.
I said, come and look at this. And she went, no, I'm in my room.
Oh, yeah.
So, luckily, I had my glass and spider catching card to hand. So, and I swear, I mean, I use a wine glass that's about that wide.
Yeah.
To catch spiders, and it just about fit.
Oh, really?
And it just went into the bottom of the wine glass. But thankfully, when they get big, they lose the ability to climb up the glass, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
So it's just there in the bottom of the wine glass, filling it. And I'm like, oh, you're a big buggy, you aren't you?
Oh, yeah, my eldest was gone, mate. He said, you're on your own, fat boy. He was like, Usain Bolt, mate, gone.
So I caught this thing, but I thought to myself, I was very lucky that I had the glass and stuff there, because I know if I'd have to have gone downstairs to get the glass and the postcard and come back up again with a little stool if it had been higher up on the wall, I would have had to go downstairs to get the little stool to go up and catch it.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it goes up near the ceiling and I have to get something to stand on.
Yeah.
But luckily it was like, and got it. And it was like, oh, and it wasn't very jumpy. It was quite lethargic. So I took it outside and threw it into next door's drive. I mean, threw it somewhere neutral.
It was on neutral territory, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, neutral as in their driveway, not ours.
Lee Eagles is in. He says, I'm here for a few minutes. Hello, Lee. Hope you're doing all right, buddy.
Hello, Lee.
Hope everything's all right, mate, and that you're doing well in yourself, mate. Always nice to see you, buddy.
And doing well outside of yourself as well, if possible.
Absolutely. Good old boy, he is, Lee.
Doing well beyond yourself.
Absolutely.
Dee 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 dee. Yeah, so still not finished yet, though, have you?
No, got quite a bit to do yet, mate. But
Many things left to do.
the major hurdle's done, you know, which is moving all the display cases, cupboards and things like that. The heavy work is all done now. It's just finding a home for everything that I emptied out.
Well, he showed me, Colin showed me the shelves earlier on, and it's like, there's a shelf with all the Warhammer on. I said, so that's the Warhammer shelf, then above that's the Warhammer shelf, and next to that is the Warhammer shelf, and don't forget that one below it is the Warhammer shelf, and next to the other one is the Warhammer shelf. And then at the back of the room there, you can see all those Warhammer shelves. And you were like, no.
Exactly.
But you weren't protesting too hard, I heard.
No, but, you know, I am faceted. I don't just do Warhammer badly.
You'll learn.
I do other kits badly as well, folks. Just thought I'd get that one in.
You say that.
I've resisted so far.
The power of Games Workshop compels you.
Mind you, though, I may have been sniffing around Forge
Here
World.
we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. See, the lady doth protest us, I fear. Far too much. I will not be doing any more. Have you been? Yes, sorry.
Yeah, well, I was browsing because I haven't been able to build anything, have I? So I thought I'll just have a little bit of browsing just to see what's out there that may garner an interest.
I'm not into soft furnishings, but I'll just flip through the case catalogue, seeing as I've got nothing else to be doing right now.
Oh, you're such a twit. You really are.
You spelled that wrong. Yeah.
Oh, bless you.
So, people in the chat, if you are watching, well, people, I should say, not people in the chat, because if you're watching this and you're in the chat, this is irrelevant. If you are watching this, don't forget, of course, do come and join us in the live chat if you're watching it embedded in Facebook or Twitter.
Yeah.
Click on the little YouTube icon in the bottom right hand corner, and it will insta-magically transport you to YouTube, where you can carry on watching and join the live chat. And if you're in the live chat, you can ask us all kinds of questions and give us stuff to talk about, because we've got hours to fill.
Absolutely.
And Cy Reynolds isn't here, so we need stuff to talk about.
Yeah. He should be back for Sunday, though, shouldn't he? So,
Yeah, he will be back on Sunday, he says.
So,
He's been released by the in-laws.
yeah.
He served his penance.
Yeah. So,
He clearly passed the circle of trust.
bless him. He has been missed, but
Yeah.
the more we tell him that, he will sit there and he'll try and get more money out of us. You know he will.
Yeah. Wait, we pay him?
I didn't tell you that, did I?
Well, I'm not paying him. He's not on my channel. Oh, he's on my channel. Oh, damn it.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah.
I wasn't part. I missed that memo.
Because you're a guru, you've got to pay him double.
Yes. I don't know.
I know what's coming. Because he's a Golden Demon Award winner, he should pay us quadruple then.
Exactly, because he's more famous, so therefore we should be paid. But I don't know how that works.
Yeah. He's just more famous.
Well, he's more awarded.
He certainly is. And thoroughly deserved it is too.
And vastly more talented. Let's just be perfectly honest.
We may mock him.
And we will, and we do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, may we? We may mock him. May we? Yay!
Yeah. Oh no, he is
but
vastly talented. He really is.
Yeah, he's the best painter I know by far. So,
yeah.
But anyway, yes. If you're watching, come and join live chat. The reason I said that was because I was going to say, don't forget, of course, if you're in the chat, bench and belly.
Yes.
Bench and belly. What's on your bench? What are you working on? Doesn't have to be a model. Could be a drawing or a construction of some sort. You could be building a shelf or a gaming table or I don't know, a dividing thing for your D&D DMing or whatever you're building. You could be doing anything. You could be trying to figure out how to bury the missus under the patio without anybody noticing. I don't know. It could be some kind of creative endeavour. And belly, what's in your dinner? What have you had for your dinner? Or what are you going to have for your dinner?
Absolutely. I have barbecued chicken, spare ribs, onion barges. Yeah.
Ooh. Well, I had a rubbish food day today because I was hungry. Because our sleep cycle's all over the place, I get up about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is when I get Mama Fox up.
Yeah.
I don't go to bed till like 5 or 6 in the morning, so I'm not being super lazy. I'm actually only getting 7 or 8 hours sleep. So about 4:30, I'm like, there's an hour and a half long David Attenborough thing on the iPlayer.
Yeah.
I should probably eat 2 packets of noodles.
Oh, good man. Good shout.
So,
Good choice.
So, yeah, that big pack of ramen noodles that my friend got me for my birthday, I got 2 of those. But I thought, I'm only gonna put in the you get 2 sachets. You get the powdered soup, which is basically all the flavouring, the powder,
Yeah.
and you get the sprinkles like the bits of cabbage or whatever, seaweed or fish or whatever. But I didn't want anything hot and spicy, so I didn't use the powdered soup, which is always hot and spicy. I just used the sprinkles, like the little bits of vegetables. And oh, right, I've got to go and sort Mama Fox out.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
That's my alarm clock. I should be back in a moment. Give me 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Back in a minute.
Yeah, okay. Lee Eagles, I'll get there in the end. Lee Eagles is saying, all is okay, thanks, and how are you guys? Fine and dandy, Lee, mate. Fine and dandy, oh buddy. Retro Rabbits in says, hey kids, everyone having a good evening? Yes, mate. How you doing, James? Hope everything's all right with you, mate. Panzer's asking, it's a question for Festa. Did the squig off make it to the basket? It's in the wish list, mate. But yeah, it's that close. Harry Styrene, the big question, which traitor legions will be forgiven by the Emperor in the Horus Heresy? Laugh out loud. No idea, mate. John Christmas, hi guys, watch a few times, but first time in chat. Hello, John, how are you, mate? Lovely for you to be in. And Teeks is saying soup in the belly. Oh, nice. What you been building, Teeks? You been up the much, mate? I know you've been in proper parent mode, bless you. Hope everything's going all right with little uns. Nice to see you in, mate. Yeah, good friend of ours, Teeks. What else is going on there? That's Panzer saying good evening all, as was James. Panzer saying hello, John. Welcome to the chat. Always nice to have people in. Always nice to see new faces. Where are you from, John? What part of the planet are you on, mate? What particular sides of the hobby are you into, mate? You know, what do you like building? Tell us a bit about yourself, mate. Always nice to try and get an idea of what people like and that. So, I mean, most of us, apart from Fox, we build everything, but Fox does Warhammer, and I think, I could be wrong, but I think he also does a bit of Warhammer. But yeah, we're quite a varied interest in different genres, bit of armour, bit of motorbikes, bit of cars, that sort of thing. So if you've got a preference that you enjoy, mate, or any questions, I'm sure either we'll have a go or folks in the chat will have a go at helping you out, mate. That's what we do. We try to support each other as best we can. All I'm doing on this is I'm just repainting some of the yellow because, yeah, it needed it. Teeks is going, yeah, some Star Warsy stuff. Yeah, I quite fancy doing the DS9 for some reason. I think it's probably because I've been watching the TV show. But yeah, I think one of them hanging from the ceiling all lit up would be quite nice in here. So yeah, I'm probably going to pick one up and just have it as a long-term background build going on. Something different. I've got a Starship Voyager to finish, so nice little DS9, I think, will just garner a bit of interest. Paul Lewis says, on the bench, large chunks of 1/72 scale Concord with multiple strands of lighting wire hanging out of them, and in the belly, reheated takeaway salt and pepper ribs. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I've got a big old 72 Concord just up in the corner there. Let's have a little looky-loo just up there. I will dig it down and do a bit of filming on her just to close off that video series on my channel, because I'm often asked, I think it was yourself that asked last week. Lee says, let me know when you're ready to print the big decals, no rush. Yeah, no worries, mate. Like I say, it's all coming back together now, the man cave, mate. So get everything reconnected, all back up, and then we should be ready to roll, mate. So we'll get it sorted, mate. Was that a subtle hint? Bless you. But yeah, hopefully, mate, we can get something sorted. Probably this week coming. Gets it done and dusted for you then, mate. Just want to get me stuff all reset. And I think that's a fox back.
Hello.
Panzer
I fell out.
Panzer says belly sausage casserole with mashed spuds. Bench currently under it, fighting the carpet monster. Oh, you doing a Marcus?
For that lamp.
Yeah, is there lamp abuse going on there, Panzer?
Ooh, abusularity. Right, I'm off again. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, bless him. Lee saying thanks also, gosh, yeah, we'll sort something out, buddy. Ross says belly 124th Huey, belly cheese and ham toasties. Panzer says in caps, no lamps are being harmed. Did you not feed the carpet monster, Panzer? Because you do realise, if he's not watching, I will tell Marcus and I will give him the opportunity to mock you. Because it is the order of things, mate. I'm sure he'll enjoy payback for all the times you got him. He says no lamp being harmed. Yeah, I'll bet. Does that mean that additions to the Panzer swear box may be happening? He says, I did feed the carpet monster, but obviously not enough. Absolutely. Teak says the DS9 would be mint. Yeah, it's one of them, mate. I've seen one and I'm like, why not at the end of the day? It's something different. Keeps me interest. This is where the world runs out and buys a DS9 now, just so that they can do it first. It's normally what happens. Let's. Panzer Cat. Oh yeah, I've read that. No lamps have been harmed. You say that, but I bet you're sitting there in the dark because the lamp is in bits over the other side of the room. And I will mock you. You know this. If I don't, James will. Certainly no Ross will. Yeah, some Star Wars stuff. Yeah. Well, years ago, I did fancy doing a perfect grade, but I've just got nowhere to put a Falcon of that size. The next best thing for me would ceiling mount a DS9. It's just something different, isn't it? I shall do a bit of trawling of the interwebs and see what ones are out there. Just pick one up. Have a go at building one. Why not? Something different for the channel. It's a bit of variety coming. That's what I like to try and do. Says the man who's been doing Warhammer for a little bit, but yeah, you know what I mean. Just keeps different stuff going up. Lee says it's looking good. It's getting there, mate. Panzer says I do not smack lamps about. I leave it to the infamous lamp abuser whom I shall not name. But his name is Marcus. Oh, bless you. Retro says I finished my exams, got his application to graduate yesterday. Haven't got any marks back yet. Still have to finish the conclusion of his project report. Well, fingers crossed for you, mate, because you thoroughly deserve it, mate. You put a lot of hard work in, so I hope it works out. Teak says lighting and all for the DS9. Yes, mate, of course it will. You know me, mate. Something like that is going to be lit. How can I not light it? You know, it would have to be, mate. I'd probably put soundboard in there. So, yeah, I have an idea in my head what I'd like to try and do with it. And as far as I know, it's doable. It's just I want to test the theory. And obviously this will become apparent once the build starts. I don't want to spoil the fun just yet, but especially where it's going to be mounted, it's like, yeah. But no, it'll have full lighting, electronics. Trickery will be going in there because why wouldn't I? I think it's crying out for it. Yeah. And again, it's doing a bit of research, colours and things like that, and seeing how it'll all go together. But I think it'll be fun. And again, it's just something different for the channel, really. Not done much sci-fi stuff, really. I still need to finish the Voyager. That's got electricity going in it, so there's a few projects there that I can now get on and do because I'm going to have space to what's his name? I'm going to have the space to store them now, display them. That's the word I was looking for. Whereas up until now, where everything was getting a bit cluttered in here, I had just boxed the builds back up and put them away because I didn't have anywhere to display them when they were built. So that should enable me to get them builds nailed down now. Ross says he's got a DS9 in his stash that he intends to build this year. He's getting, or he's hoping to track down a lighting kit. Oh, well, killed me idea there then, mate. Because I don't want to clash with you, mate, because it's not fair on you. I will put mine off for a while then and come back at it. Because I don't like to duplicate what others are doing. It's only fair. I'll just slather some of this on. There's going to be multiple layers, so. I remember rightly when I first done this, I only managed to get the Avalanche Sunset on there, so it's been crying out to be revisited. Graham says Panzer the carpet thought it was going to chew it, but you slapped it in the jaw. James Retro says, I haven't decided on me dinner yet. I'm kind of not really in the mood for pizza. Any suggestions? What you got in your old fridge? What are you doing? Is it takeout you're having? Get yourself a, what's his name? Mackie D or a KFC, something like that. I don't know whether you've got rib joints out there, Chinese deliveries, that sort of thing. You can have yourself a nice Chinese meal, bit of Indian. Whatever takes your fancy, mate. If it's something you're cooking, if you've got stuff you can make a stir fry, something like that. Sure, there's multiple options. Unless you obviously fancy a bit of British food. With us, it's normally bangers, pies and stuff like that. We're not massively worried what we have. It's, you know, basic grub, as long as it fills you up. That's how I see it. If it fills the void, it's worth getting. Let's drop a bit more around on there. And just let some of this start drying and come back at it in a sec. Paul Lewis says, are you talking about the AMT DS9 kit? Aren't all the parts translucent? I think they are, mate. Yeah. Teak says, the first, especially the front here, these are the struggles of Carl. Absolutely, mate. Ross, as you crack on with yours, mate, I'm sure you'll want to be finished way before I get to start mine. I haven't even bought one yet, Ross. But, yeah, it's one of them, you know, parts are translucent. That makes life a hell of a lot easier then. Got to be done. I can see me going on the Amazons and a looky-look to see what's out there. The eBay and that. See whether I can source one. Just got that interest about it that does it for me. It's like, yeah, why not? I'm sure it'd cheer Fox up as well, me doing the DS9, because, yeah. Of course, hopefully it comes with a scale Major Kira, because why not? Why wouldn't it? Might have to see whether I can do a resin print.
It is I, Leclerc, returned from the wars.
You are back. Mum all right, is she, mate?
Yeah, she's fine. She's gone to bed now. She's set her up in bed.
Oh, bless her.
I see no conversations about DS9 in the chat.
Yeah, I was...
You're talking about Kira again?
No, I was on about building a DS9.
Oh, I've done one of those.
Yeah.
They're very good.
And it's just a matter of sourcing a kit, really, and...
Yeah. Of all the Star Trek kits I've made, that was one of the ones that didn't suck balls.
Yeah.
It's a really nice kit.
Just got an appeal to it for me. I wonder why.
I can't imagine. Do you know there's actually two kits available?
No.
Aha, there is the original one, and then there's a clear plastic one.
Yeah, that might be the one that Paul was on about.
Yeah, I don't know if it came with a lighting kit with it, but it was like a later release. It was a clear one.
Yeah.
So you don't have to drill out all the little windows.
Yeah, translucent. Yeah.
Yeah. Now the question is, would you build it as DS9, or would you build it as Terok Nor off on its side?
A what?
Terok Nor. That's the station that Intendant Kira lives on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because then you'd have to display that on its side, of course, because it is a funky angle, wouldn't it, Terok Nor?
Yeah.
I know my DS9.
Well, I was depending on how big it was, I was hoping to incorporate it into my man cave lighting.
It is about... Oh, God, I'll have to measure it. Hang on. From memory, because it's a long time since I made mine.
Yeah.
It's probably about... don't know, 40 odd centimetres across, 40.
Oh, nice then, yeah.
35 to 40 centimetres around in from one end to the other.
Yeah.
This is a pure guess because it's been like 20 years since I saw the one that I made. I gave it to my friend as a present.
Paul 15, says 6 the AMT one comes with fibre optics as well. Oh, that's
oh yeah, that'll be the clear one. That was I got mine in the 90s. I think that one was a later edition. That one that didn't exist when I did mine. Tell you what, though, it comes with the most adorable tiny little runabouts that are as big as a rice.
Oh, really?
They really are like the size of a grain of rice. It's like little tiny runabouts. The only dilemma I had with that, with the DS9, was what colour to paint it.
Yeah.
Because when you see it on screen, it's like a bluey grey.
Yeah.
But it's actually a sandy colour.
Oh, right, yeah.
Cardassian vessels tended to be a various shades of tan and sandy colour. When you see the studio model, it's various sandy tan colours. But it's so unlike what you see on screen, which is all sort of bluey greys.
Yeah.
So in the end, I went, you know what? I'm doing the on-screen colour. I'm doing it bluey greys because tan. My brain couldn't cope with it being tan colours. It was like, nah, it'll work.
Teeks is saying tiny Kira. Absolutely, I'd have to resin print one.
Oh yeah. Hey Teeks.
Yeah, Intendant Kira swing.
Oh yeah. Hey Teeks, nice to see Teeks in chat.
Absolutely.
What did I miss? Anything apart from that?
No, I was just killing time till you got back, mate.
Were you just literally talking about Intendant Kira for 20 minutes?
That may have been a possibility. DS9 was mentioned, so a tangent may have formed.
Well, you may not have talked about it, but I know you're probably thinking about it.
Bobbin says, hello, he says, I'm in bed because of work tomorrow evening, so we'll fall asleep while watching. Thanks, but please carry on. Absolutely, not a problem, mate.
If he needs to fall asleep, we should all do our Carl Sagan voices.
Absolutely.
The Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean.
Bless him.
Alright. I assume you've read all the chat in the world.
I got right the way to the end, mate.
Ah, jolly good.
Yeah. Absolutely. And just
you
for
do your-
bobbins, underneath the arm.
They are.
Cheers.
Cheers. Ah,
Just in case he needed a bit of soothing rhyme.
Underneath. They are.
Cheers. And of course, Fox has got his fandangled super sexy ears in tonight, so...
Yeah, I've dumped the FBI man's earpiece and I'm using my iPhone earpods instead. I've just got one in one ear. Because not because they're any different. It's just it's a lot less hassle plugging these. They're a lot more comfortable to wear for several hours.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use them when I'm on screen, like on an e-model show, because they look a bit rubbish and amateurish. But I did notice. I didn't realise this, but they're really good quality because I've had to turn the computer volume down to like 20% of normal because they're dead loud. It's like, wow, hello. You don't realise how tinny and thin the little cheap FBI man's ones are. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
Did you do your bench and belly? Wait, did you do your belly?
Yeah, I did me belly. Yeah, me bench is Sentinel because not by choice. It's just
It's what's available.
It's the only thing that's available to hang because everything else is boxed up. And
Yeah, you can give a man a fish and he'll feed himself for a day, or you can get him to box all his stuff up and he'll build whatever's available.
Absolutely. So I may be
but a pencil can't be lead.
repainting bits of the Sentinel. I'm sorry, but because originally I thought I'll sit and start building the York truck. Yeah.
No, tidied away.
Yeah, it's buried at the back of the stash cupboard. So yeah.
Do you know when you do a spider pig in the middle of a sentence? Because Mum's been watching Carry On films, all I can see is that guy in the Carry On films that does that kind of body twitch, you know, and "Way!"
Oh yeah, yeah, I know the one. Yeah,
I can imagine just doing that.
yeah,
Wow, imagine your entire career being based on that.
absolutely. My missus always gets to giggle because she says like you do spider pig mid sentence and carry on as if nothing's happened. It's like that. It's got used to it.
It's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's always people's reaction when they hear it for the first time. They go, "What the bloody hell was that?" Spider pig.
Yeah, spider pig.
We all belch. That's just how mine sound.
Yeah. Spider pig.
I sneeze. It sounds like Donald Duck. So I did a sneezing yang out the other night, and there's 4 faces staring back at me, going, "What the bloody hell was that?"
Oh, somebody posted in the Boom Hut the video of the man in the supermarket trumping into the PA system.
Oh, really?
The that one.
Yeah.
And I was just dropping off to sleep last night. Just dropping off to sleep. And for some reason, my brain decided to remember it. And I just lay there in bed giggling, literally audibly giggling for like 10 minutes. I couldn't stop myself. I'm like, I need to go to sleep. And I couldn't stop giggling. Because every time I close my eyes, I had...
Yeah, Retro's definitely getting food delivered. Doesn't feel like defrosting anything to cook. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out what Retro can have for dinner.
What are the options? It depends what your local takeaway options are.
Exactly, and that's what I was
I mean, it's
saying.
either Chinese or curry, but it depends if you've got access to Chinese.
Be a Chinese and Indian.
That's a bit early for H's get up alarm, isn't it?
Yeah, she's going to cricket tomorrow, so she's scooting off early.
I suppose somebody has to.
Yeah, exactly. It's her thing, going to cricket.
That was my dig at cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I've avoided it all the time we've been together because I'm like, why do I want to watch men hitting a ball with a plank of wood? And she looks at me with that look that wives give when they're really not impressed.
Yep.
Whereas
Yeah,
my
but
eldest lad's a cricket fan, so of course, finally, she's got someone she can go with. So
Yeah, but think of it this way: it could have been worse. She could have been into like soaps, and you would have had to sit and suffer watching soaps. I had to do that once with a
yeah, but
girlfriend.
she is the woman who once sat there watching Big Brother, and I said, "What's happening?" She said, "They're all in bed asleep." I said, "Why are you watching it then?" Don't know. She said,
Yeah.
"Come to think of it," but yeah.
No, one of my exes liked to watch soaps, and it was like, you just get settled of an evening, and she's like, "Oh, she's watching it." I'd be like, "Oh God!" But I couldn't
Yeah.
go off and play on the Xbox or anything like that because then I'd get the look.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't want to watch this drivel.
yeah,
No, give me a back rub.
yeah.
I ended up hating her with all my
Yeah.
vengeance.
Oh, we could just sit and have a cuddle. Oh, I don't want to cuddle. I want to go out and build a model.
And by cuddle, you mean you want to watch your soaps? Yeah, okay.
You
no.
want to watch a soap, fall asleep on me and start snoring and farting. That's no
Drooling.
entertainment.
Yeah. I can think of much better things to do than watching soaps, love. Trust me.
Absolutely.
Some of them involve models.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go and make models then. Yeah.
I normally start just misbehaving so that I get the, will you F off to your man cave? Yeah, I'm on my way.
Okay. Go, but
if I must.
if I'm more, yeah, you have to pretend you're like, no, I don't want to. You do.
Really?
Okay, bye.
Oh. I'm
Do you want to go make
trying not to get under your feet. Well, you're getting on my nerves. Oh, all right, then, if I must.
If I must, shuffle, shuffle, grin,
Yeah.
grin.
And you do, you get in there, you're like, yes, that
Yes.
worked. Result. I've got my Aunt Edna coming over for tea. Yeah, I'll be in the man cave.
But sometimes you have to walk that line between. You want to make it like you don't. You want to say something. You say to your other half likes things like, "Well, no, because you want me to stay," and you have to push that line. It's like if you say that, it could backfire.
Yeah.
Or she might go, "No, I want you to be happy. Go on, play with your models." Okay. You have to play the little psychological games sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. You've got to make out that it's their idea and
Yeah.
you're only doing it because they're telling you what to do. And it's like, oh,
Yeah.
but you try to resist, but not too much.
Do you know what's really funny though?
Yeah.
We're making out like we're dead clever and tactical, and at the end of the day, we just do whatever the hell we're told.
Yeah.
We don't really have a choice.
Bloody right.
Whatever we think we're being cunning about, we're actually being played.
Absolutely.
We've got to drill a barrel out. Drill out the barrel.
H usually sits there and just goes, bless him, he thinks he's in charge.
He thinks he's got skills. He's
It's
got.
like,
He's got.
cut me some slack and give me a bit of credit, love.
Yeah, make me feel like I've won at least once.
Yeah, don't squeeze that last bit of masculinity out of me.
Yeah. Or at least yeah, do.
Yeah. She's just like you. Oh, they grow up so quick. And it seems like yesterday I used to sit there and burp him. It's like, really?
Thanks, Mum.
She still does it whenever we go out anywhere. One adult, 3 children. Really?
Edward Lennon says it was him that put the video up of the Costco guy. Yes, the guy farting into the. I can only assume he works at Costco because he knew how to do the PA system. But it's the fact it's like the best Trump ever. And it's so loud and echoey. I'd love to do that. I wonder what would actually happen if you went to Tesco's and did that, or Sainsbury's or somewhere.
They'd probably offer you a job or put you on the tills.
Or they'd say, "Please tell me you videoed it."
Yeah.
And I'd be like, "Yes, and for a reasonable rate, I can give you the rights to that video." Edward Leonard is actually in as well, by the way. He says, "Evening, everyone. Hello, and hope you're doing good."
Hello, Edward.
I've got to do that.
There you go.
However, there is a new one, and I thought the other day, actually, there's a new one I need to do, because I've been watching the Nautilus deep dives,
Oh.
and I've forgotten what it was now.
What you like? You had
'Cause
one
you've got-
job.
You've got jellies,
Yeah.
and then there's something else, but I've forgotten what it was.
Portuguese man of war? No.
No, that's a
Octopus?
no. It might have been like a
Squid?
no. It wasn't a sea cucumber, because sea cucumbers just do that when they swim. So it wasn't that. Sea pigs just kind of. It's really. I don't know if anybody watches the Nautilus dives. It's basically the exploration vessel Nautilus. They go and they're mapping. Like at the moment, they're mapping like the ocean bottom in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Some of the Hawaiian seamounts that have never been mapped, and they're like 3,000 feet down. And they've got the two ROVs, Hercules and Argos. Argus, sorry, not Argos. Argus. And Hercules is the main one, this big like car-sized thing that goes down. It's like you've got manipulators and things.
Yeah.
But it's really funny because every time they try and film sea pigs on the sea floor, they can have this completely flat seabed where there's like a couple of sea pens and maybe a sea cucumber. But there'll be a sea pig pootling about on the floor. And every time they get close to it and they just touch down on the surface because of the backwash from the not the propellers, but the blades, the turbines, because of the little gentle backwash, the sea pig just goes whoa, just rolls off across the floor. There always all the backwash always makes them blow around on the floor.
Says Irakanji jellies.
Irakanji what? I don't know what that is. Right-handed jellies. There you go. Right-handy jelly. Get it? Right-handy jelly. There was something else. Something else. You know what I do like though? You know what are awesome? Mm-hmm. Sea spiders. Sea spiders are cool. Sea spiders. It's a deep sea
spider.
No, it's not actually a spider, but they're just called sea spiders. Imagine a spider, right?
Yeah.
But it's just legs. Imagine a spider, but take the body away and it's just legs. Mm. And all the legs go into a little sort of circle in the middle where there doesn't appear to be anything.
Yeah.
But there is. It's just within it. The entire spider is within the legs. It's just basically legs. And they're kind of cool and they can be massive as well. Yeah, sea spiders. They're weird.
Edward Leonard says it's the echo is the thing. I can't watch it without laughing.
It's just it does echo around the store.
I'm gonna have to hunt this down, ain't I?
Go and have a look now. It's probably only a few posts. You'll basically see a bloke stood in a supermarket with a trolley in front of him. It's only like 10 seconds long.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's only like 10 seconds long.
I'll have a look for that in a minute. I'm just going to mute so I can ring the missus.
Okie dokie. The Bobbins says, cricket, that's not even a sport. That's worse than tennis or F1. All sport's rubbish anyway. Nobody watches sport. Red Rabbit says, had Indian last Sunday, had Portuguese rotisserie chicken 2 nights ago. I don't like having McDonald's delivered, but I'm being super lazy today. Not that it's the most exciting food ever, but Italian maybe? I'm not a big fan of Italian, because a lot of Italian is overpriced and not that exciting. But we do have a rather nice Italian takeaway that delivers, and they do a very nice tagliatelle carbonara. And Mama Fox has the vegetable risotto, and she doesn't eat it all, so I put the remains of her vegetable risotto into my carbonara tagliatelle and mix it all up. A nice bit of garlic bread. Ooh, that's quite nice. Right, I'm off. The shutters are ready to close. See you on Sunday, Colin, says Graham. Take care, Graham.
See you later, Graham. Take care, mate.
I just finished the cafe story part of Gran Turismo 7 before tonight's stream. I guess I'll have to start racing against real humans instead of the AI. I've never really been into racing games, to be honest. I've got to be honest. We've done that one. Where are we up to? Dangerous things, Irukandji, says the Bobbins. I don't know what Irukandji jellyfish are. Brittle starfish are called sea spiders. I used to have a couple. But they're not. If you look up sea spiders, though, because there's brittle stars, which are like, they wrap themselves around corals, but actual sea spiders, they're like, I'm going to do a drawing. You know I'm going to do a drawing.
Absolutely, I love it. Fox Ross is back. Dun, 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 dun. Have you guessed what he...
Amoeba.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah.
Amoeba. Jelly. There's a jelly.
Oh.
Yeah, sea spiders, right? Quite literally, if you imagine, and they can be like a foot or 2 foot across. They can get quite big.
Yeah.
But they're kind of basically like, there's a bit in the middle that's like a tube, like that. Imagine a small, like a square. It's a tube.
Yeah.
So imagine like a square. What are those? A hoop. Those crisps that are hoops. What are they called?
Hula hoops.
Hoops. Imagine a square hula hoop.
Yeah.
And then you just have the legs coming off like that. There's a little knobble there, and there's like legs coming off like that. And then there's 2 little mandibles at the front.
Aww.
But from the side, they're like that. They've got dead long legs.
Yeah.
With a little tiny body. And they're like they're carnivorous, so they can be up to like a foot across. But all the organs and stuff is in the legs.
Oh, cool.
There's almost nothing in the middle between the legs. It's just legs.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, brittle stars can be called sea spiders as well, but they're like little brown starfish with lots of fractal looking on. Brittle stars are great, especially when you get them on corals. But yeah, if anybody doesn't watch them, I do recommend subscribing to the EV Nautilus channel. It's fantastic. When I'm playing a game on the Xbox, sometimes I'll just have their archive of their dives playing on YouTube in the background, because they've got like, hundreds and hundreds of hours of dives.
Oh, I love all that undersea exploration stuff, mate. It's proper mint, isn't it?
But they talk while they're doing it, so they're explaining, because you can go and watch and comment and chat with them live when they're doing it, and their actual YouTube streams can be like hundreds of hours long, because they go out for like 3 weeks. Some of them are awesome. But yeah, I always love watching the sea pigs tumble off across the seafloor because they get blown away by the backwash. It's like, oh no!
Well, I mean, it is really nice to see that. I've got an IMAX video of some of the ocean diving and that. It's really, really interesting to just sit there and watch.
I find it fascinating when they're like on the real deep depths and they've got these like rocky outcrops.
Yeah.
And then you'll come across like this rocky outcrop and there'll be a little cave that's maybe only a few inches high.
Yeah.
And there's something living in there. And you're like, little cave, and there's a little entrance there, and it's like amazing.
Nook, yeah.
I mean, most of the time it's mostly sponges and corals, but
but nature is just so brilliant like that, isn't it? How things just adapt and evolve. Certainly gets you thinking.
Oh yeah, Edward. I didn't know that the brittle stars are called that as well, called sea spiders. Cool. I did not know. Paul Lewis has run out of JD.
No.
Guess I'll have to have a bottle of vodka instead. Oh well.
Oh, that's a bind, mate.
I know. Rabbit says amoebularity. And the Bobbin says the irukandji is a very small box jellyfish the size of your thumb. If you touch one, you go to intensive care for the rest of the week. Ooh, ouch.
Really? Bloody hell.
Now that's the thing, you see. Portuguese man of war is not a jellyfish.
No.
No, it is a... The word's gone from my brain. Oh, it's a... Oh.
Mollusk?
No, the family thing it comes from, they're like long strings that can be hundreds of feet long, and they've got different, like 5 or 6 different types of organism that live along them. And they can be hundreds of feet, and they're called siphonophores. That's it.
Oh, there you go.
It's actually a siphonophore, not a jellyfish. I didn't know that. I thought they were jellyfish, but they're not.
Yeah, that sounds like a drunken expression. What's siphonophore?
Yeah, imagine a piece of string like a couple of 100 feet long, and at the front of it you've got all these like polyps that are there to propel it, and their entire job is to make it go. And then a bit further down you get a different kind of polyp, a bit organism that's there to catch food and eat it.
Yeah.
And they all work together in this little colony.
Oh, cool.
Each different creature having a specific job to do, and that's what a siphonophore is. They're colonial, and that's what a Portuguese man of war is. It's a colony of things. Shower's on, she's up.
Oh yes.
So when it's work, sometimes you have to give her a nudge. When it's cricket, she gets up.
Oh yeah, she is alive.
Ooh, I've got my old knife out. What have I got my old knife for? Edward Lennon says, I know Will Smith is a sore subject, but the movie £7 that he did was the reason why I wanted jellyfish. I've never heard of that movie.
At the end of the day, Will Smith, he did what he did, but come on, you know.
End of the day, it's celebrity rubbish.
It's celebrity really rubbish. Dare I say it? You know, most of us that are married, would we have done the same if our wife had been belittled like that in front of everyone? We probably would have, to be honest with you. So,
but it is celebrity rubbish that no one really cares about.
Yeah. So it's one of them. I think most blokes would have gone, oh, no, he's taking the liberty.
No, mate, you take the piss now, mate. No.
Mind you, H would have been there before I was, so yeah, she.
In fact, no, your mum would have actually got the bus, come along, turned up, and then slapped him.
There'd be this 4'9" woman with an handbag running off the stage at the Oscars, yeah.
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 And he'd say to her, are you going to do anything about it? Is that Colin's mum? Yeah. No, we're going to do nothing about it. Not going up against Mama Festa.
Oh yeah. I'll do it again, she says. It's like,
I love Will Smith. It's a shame he left tested, but never mind. You see what I did there? You see what I did there?
I mean, at the end of the day, I think Chris Rock handled it in a very dignified way. Yeah, it was a shock, but then, you know, if that was the frame of mind he was in and he felt she had been wronged so bad, it's emotion, isn't it? Emotion sometimes rules before you get a chance to think. I
mean, his jokes were a bit out of order. You know, it was like, he did kind of push it a bit too far. It's like, you know what, that kind of wasn't really very tasteful. That wasn't a good thing to say.
The optics weren't great for Will Smith, don't get me wrong.
No.
But also, Chris Rock has probably looked back at it and gone,
yeah,
actually, I may have been a bit near the mark there.
Yeah.
But so it's one of them. I'm not condemning, I'm not condoning. It happened.
No.
Move on.
Everybody's open to being mocked, but not for like disabilities or medical conditions.
You know, I mean,
you don't mock that. Never mock that.
Compared to what's going on around the world, does it really matter?
No, it's absolutely irrelevant.
You know, it's one news cycle, isn't it? But you know, let's not.
It's what makes me laugh with
his career over it. I mean, bloody hell.
That's what makes me laugh with Elon Musk trying to raise all these billions and billions to buy Twitter for his own vanity. It's like, do you realise with what's going on in the world right now, what you could do with $45 billion? You could fix a lot of problems. Instead, you want to buy Twitter so you can have...
People would respect him more if he turned around and said, I'm giving that money to the rebuilding of Ukraine.
Yeah,
People
or
would
to
go, do you
one
know
of any
something?
other...
That is very, very, you know, noble of you.
Insert any other kind of virtuous cause, but
children's cancer hospitals and things like that. I thought would be pretty much what a decent thing to do. So
except now he just wants to buy Twitter so he can say rubbish on it.
Yeah, pretty much. So he can get his mate Donald on there.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Oops.
Oh dear, we was getting political then. Moving on.
Steady. Moving on. I can do a Trump if you want. That'll get rid of it.
Yeah, go on, do it.
Hang on. You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh. What was that?
I'm
what
sorry.
What the hell was that?
I'm sorry.
That was rubbish.
That was a lady puff. I would be embarrassed, mate.
That wasn't even. That was just like a particle.
In fact, I'm embarrassed for you, mate.
Yeah, but you know the worst thing? The smallest Trumps always have the worst smell. Good God.
Absolutely.
I'll do better next time, don't you worry.
Bobby says mistakes were made. Yeah, absolutely, mate.
But I don't give a crap about Hollywood celebrity rubbish anyway. I couldn't care less. If ever there's anybody on the planet that gives absolutely zero Fs about celebrity nonsense, less than me, I'd like to meet them because I really couldn't give it.
No, it is what it is at the end of the day.
The only people that get my admiration are people that deserve it, not actors and musicians.
Yeah.
Because they're talented, but you know what? He's an actor. I'm sorry, don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go all gooey over somebody that just pretends for a living. Celebrity rubbish.
Go on, mate. You have a good wibble. Get it out of the system.
A good wibble.
Go on, mate. You know you want it.
No, it's done now. People that read these bloody celebrity magazines, what a waste of oxygen.
Yeah. I should have
have you heard the gossip about this actress and this actor? Do I give a crap? No. So please stop breathing and go away. Wasting my oxygen.
Have you seen the latest news about such and such?
Do I give a crap? No, not really.
Yeah. I'm glad it doesn't get to you though, Fox.
No, it doesn't bother me at all. I couldn't care less that so many people are mouth breathing morons.
Oh, bless you.
I don't know. Sometimes I just fear the worst for my own species.
Yeah, it's really going to go wrong, isn't it?
Yep. Sometimes I look at the universe and say, hey, can I get a do-over? Because I got the wrong species. I think I got delivered to the wrong planet.
Yeah, it's really weird. Trouble is, there's a market for it.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's enough morons.
And you think, but why? Why is there a market for it? I don't understand.
Yep. It makes me frustrated when you see like a news website and it's got like important news all over the front page, but then it suddenly says important news, pointless celebrity actress says some crap nobody cares about, and I'm like, why is that even? Why are you even wasting reporting time?
Yeah.
Some celebrity marries some other celebrity. I'm sorry, do I give a crap? No. Yeah. Bye.
So and so's had a 50 million quid divorce settlement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, really?
Oh, look, an article explaining how it's brilliant to be a person who pretends for a living and earns millions of pounds, where I've got little money and work hard. Oh well, never mind.
Wibble.
I know.
Good wibble.
It's the stupidity of people that follow all this rubbish, but that also live in poverty and
yeah.
They don't see the irony of the fact that these people that they worship are doing literally nothing of any value, and yet, I don't know. My species can't love it. I can't extinctify it.
They're lauded as well, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's
It's like when some dumbass actor or actress expresses some opinion about, I don't know, something of importance, some medical thing or homeopathy or whatever it might be.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? I'd rather actually listen to somebody qualified in that particular branch of science than
when did you become a nuclear physicist?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Anyway, moving on, because we're getting into very dangerous territory there.
It's one of them, innit? You see it quite a lot, though, don't we? And we're like, oh my God, they're giving a speech at the UN. What on earth do they know about?
Yes. Yeah. But, you know, when I said dangerous territory, let's
Oh, absolutely.
let's handbrake turn. EC Idaho's in. Evening all. Heyo, Colin and Fox. Heyo!
EC, how you diddling, mate?
Anybody who plays Borderlands, the original Borderlands, will know. Heyo!
Oh.
There was a bandit called Steve.
Oh, right.
And that was his entire line. Nature creates wonderfully beautiful things, and then it comes up with Boris Johnson. Checks and balances, I guess, says Paul J. Lewis. I read that without reading ahead. I didn't mean to read that out. So let's move on from that. Edward says, in Florida, I used to pop the Portuguese man o' wars that got washed up on the beach. They would inflate like balloon when they got washed up.
Oh,
it was like popping bubble wrap. Don't judge me. I don't know.
Would we judge you?
Oh, he says they were dead. There you go then. If they were already dead, that's fine. When we used to go to the lakes, we used to go have a caravan. I say a caravan. It was a big 40-foot long static thing.
Yeah.
In lakes, and we used to go to like Morecambe Bay and stuff. And you used to get jellyfish there, which you always think in Britain you wouldn't get jellyfish, but you used to get jellies, and they'd just be like this big flat disc of bleh.
Yeah.
You wouldn't see all the dangly tentacles. They'd just be a big flat disc of bleh.
Yeah.
Literally jelly, and you'd be like, oh, look at that. Prod, prod, prod. Of course, I was a kid, but nowadays I look back and think, I was probably torturing the poor little bugger.
Yeah.
EC Idaho says, yep, Borderlands 1, excellent. He actually was a Borderlands 1 reference, and I got it. Hey up!
Good man.
That was his entire line in the game. That's all he said. And when I did EC Idaho, you'll appreciate it then. When I did the Warhammer 40k Atalan Speed Ridge Runner, which was the Gene Stealer vehicle.
Yeah.
I made it as I did it in the Borderlands colour schemes, the paint job.
Yeah.
When I was testing out for George, and I made the guys in it look like bandits from Borderlands, and one of them I deliberately made him to look like Steve.
Oh, right.
From Borderlands. Yeah. He wasn't even a character. I think he was just. You go to one location, there's one bandit that will never attack you and just goes, hey up! And then they put him in all the trailers for Borderlands 2, and it's like he became kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Steve the Bandit. Bless him. Fox, that movie is pretty good. Check it out. £7 that is. I've never heard of it. What's it about? Is it sci-fi? I like that. If it's real life nonsense or something, I probably won't like it. If it's about cars, I really won't like it. I'm going to mess this up. I know I'm going to mess this up. I may have to transplant a barrel from a different gun if I do.
Well, I'm hoping at some point this month I will fire up Skyrim. I know.
I was about to ask you. Has there been any plans made on the gaming career, the game streaming career?
Yeah, there's potential remage penciled. Ooh. It will happen because I did say I would do it. So.
Aye.
Oh yeah. Why not?
It's a bit too big, that one. I can't wait.
It's all going to go really well.
Well, the funny thing is, for me, is it's going to be watching you trying to figure out some of the basic conventions if you're not familiar with some of the things that the rest of us regular gamers take for granted. Like, for example, first-person controls with a controller.
Yeah.
To me, they're built in. It's instinctive. I don't even have to think.
Yeah, I'll just be looking at it going, well, this does something. Not sure what. Yeah.
Well, to me, it's instinctive. Left stick is movement and right stick is your head. And it's just, I don't even have to think. Whereas to you, it'd be like, wait, what? How do I move? How do I walk?
Yeah.
How do I... And then it's like, just press the X button. Which one's the X button?
Yeah. Oh, it's going to happen. You just want someone to mock. That's what you
No,
want.
not at all. I said this before. It's not about mockerations. It's about I actually actively enjoy watching other people play games. I will have to restrain myself.
Why?
Because I've spent many years trying to, having to explain video game conventions to Mama Fox because she has many consoles over the years.
Yeah.
And she gets some of the basics, but sometimes she struggles a bit. And it's like, or I've had to teach many friends when I first got an Xbox with Halo back in the day. None of my friends had game consoles, and they all ended up getting Xboxes and Halo. So I had to teach a lot of them how to do first-person stuff. Yeah. And it's like, press this, no, press that, and go there, and And I have to resist, it's like, because I've played Skyrim so many times.
Yeah.
I know exactly what's coming, so I might have to resist going, you might want to go over there and press that button on the wall, that thing that looks like it's a button. Go and press it. No, I'll have to resist doing that.
Hey, mate, I don't mind.
I've just drilled out the perfect barrel.
I will be that person that's trundling around for 4 hours looking for the door handle,
I think you'll be the first, for the first video, you'll spend the whole video trying to figure out how to actually walk and not just look at the floor all the time.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. I can't wait. I love watching. It's the fun of watching. It's not the fun of watching you trying to figure out how the hell to play the game, because that's kind of painful to watch. Somebody trying to figure out how to do first-person gaming. It's actually uncomfortable to watch because it's so instinctive to me. It's like knowing how to breathe or ride a bike to me, because I've been doing it for 20 years.
It's like anything. We all have to learn. That's why when anyone says anything about modelling, I say, well, don't forget, we've all been noobs.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah. But it is painful to watch somebody who's not experienced with first-person controls.
Yeah.
Trying to navigate. It's like, this is painful to watch. But it's like watching an old person trying to get up the stairs or go down some stairs out of the shop. But I get my fun and pleasure when I watch other people.
Yeah.
From watching them explore, especially in games like Skyrim, from watching them explore the world and uncover things and, go into a building or a cave and explore, and the first time you'll come across an enemy that's way above your level that kicks your ass. Oh
yeah, you just know I'm going to get kicked all round that game. It'd be, they keep kicking me around, Fox. What do I do?
You get better.
Exactly.
You go away and you come back when you're higher level.
Absolutely, it's like I'm going to go and wander over there and have a look over there instead.
So I shall have to resist the urge to. I do tend to take on the role of explainer and explaining, and I just need to not do that. But I will obviously answer any questions that you throw my way as you go along. Like, I don't get this. What am I doing? Like, there's one bit I probably have to explain anyway, which is how you map all the favourites to your favourites menu, because it doesn't not always logical.
Yeah.
But you'll like it.
Oh, that'll give you something to look forward to.
I can't wait. But I just get the enjoyment of watching someone else explore and explore something for the first time. Whatever the game is, just experiencing something joyous for the first time, watching somebody else have that wide-eyed moment. Especially if your experience of games is like 25 years ago and 16-bit consoles.
Yeah.
what I might think of as passable graphics nowadays, you'll be like, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah. I'll be going,
And
look at this. Yeah.
And I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see you experience. I mean, I obviously won't see your face, but...
You never know, because I do have multi-cameras.
Oh, so we get the reaction camera as well.
Yeah, might be a reaction cam.
Let's have a look. Fox, that movie's he says it's got a jellyfish in it and it's a good story. Okay. I might give it a go. EC says that's perfect. Fox, saw your PR Borderlands Cesar be fantastic. I think I did film a little guide to painting the Atalan Ridge Racer. It's on my channel somewhere. There's a playlist. Only a couple of episodes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I didn't show painting the figures though, but I basically took the head, I took the entire body of a Gene Stealer cultist, the one with the backpack and the body outfit, and I took the head from a Tempesta Scion, who has the two goggle eyes, and I basically carved off the little skull on his helmet, on his headpiece.
Yeah.
So it was just, and it looked exactly like the helmet, the mask that one of the bandits in Borderlands wears. So I just painted it a bit differently, and with the scruffy sort of battle suit and the Scion helmet that looks a bit like a Borderlands bandit. It kind of looked like Steve.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Retro Rabbit says, I dropped a resin heavy bolter a few weeks ago and had to rebuild the barrel out of Tamiya epoxy size. Is that a full size one? Ouch. Edward says, if you fart into a PA system, maybe you won't like it. Okay. EC Idaho says, Colin. He says, be sure to set aside 500 to 600 hours over the next few years for Skyrim.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Is that just to learn the control?
No, I was just wondering. The actual main campaign, the actual main storyline, you can complete in about 20 hours. I've got about 4,500 hours in Skyrim over the last 11 years.
It's just one of them. I like the scenery. I don't know, I just want to have a good old nose around, see what it's all about.
Yeah. The thing is, it's so chilled and relaxing to just wander around the landscape and do the little side quests that, you know, I've actually played through it like 3 times now. As soon as I get to a certain level, I've done all and it's just, I've only got like the default regenerating side quests that are kind of trivial. I just stop and I go back and start a new character and start again. Bobbin says, Colin, when you play Skyrim, you must always try to pet the mammoths.
Ah, right. I feel I'm being set up here.
I'm not going to advise you either way. Skill model Muse is in, sneaks in, and hugs Colin.
Hello,
just when
Muse.
you're painting a fiddly bit and everything.
Yeah, but read further down. I'm ahead of the game.
Oh, hugs Muse back. There you go. Good girl. I feel your pain. I drilled out the barrel and vents of the super cannon and it broke numerous times as I was fixing it in different places, said Leonard. I'll have to keep an eye on mine when I do mine then, won't I? See, when it comes to something like that, if it's got a recessed barrel, not drilled, but it's got like a like on the tanks, where it's kind of it's drilled out a little bit. Yeah. So it only goes back like a couple of minutes. I just paint it black. Yeah. Muse says 4,000 hours you'll never get back. Yeah, but it's 4,000 hours I don't miss. That's 11 years of happy gaming. Not to mention, of course, the couple of thousand hours in Fallout 3 and 4. I've only had Cyberpunk for about 2 or 3 weeks and I've already got over about 130 hours in it. And Cyberpunk's literally about a 10-hour campaign. Yeah. And it's not that big of an open world. But I just go slowly and wander about. It's great fun.
Well, like you say, if your mojo's gone, you just need to chill down.
Oh, if ever I lose my mojo, the first thing I do is Xbox. Yeah. It's just the perfect way for me to just not... If I think about the thing, I can't do. If my mojo goes and I try and think about it, then I force it, then it'll just... My work will be rubbish and it'll be... Whatever I'm building or painting will look like crap because I'm not in the mind space. I've learned over the years you never ever force... No. A creative hobby, whatever you're doing creative, if you're doing something creative, never ever force it. the mojo's not there, just stop, do something else until the mojo comes back. Yeah. Otherwise, you'll just half-arse it.
You're not feeling it.
No, it's like I don't want to use the actual phrase because it's a rude word, but it's like grudge sex. I'll rephrase it to grudge sex.
Yeah.
It's not good. Nobody enjoys it, and you never feel good afterwards. So it's like, if your mojo's not there, just go and do something else. And for me, the best thing I can do is just go and play on Xbox. It kills a few hours until my brain goes, you know what? I've rebooted my systems. I've chilled out for a bit. Now I can go and crack on with some modelling.
Usually saying you really do need to spend some time outside, Fox.
I've been outside. The graphics are rubbish.
Yeah.
Don't feel like I say, this is over like 11 years. And as well, let's be honest, a lot of my Fallout 3 and Skyrim time came at a time when I was working in the world's worst, crappiest call centre.
Yeah.
So it was my escape because the job was so crap. And I was dealing with I was at a telecoms company and I was dealing with like morons with their telecoms complaints all day long. So it was 8 or 9 hours of just people being abusive over the phone. And the job was crap and everything else. So my escapes from that were drawing my comic strip at the weekends. And that's not going to fit very well. And playing a video game. Because by the time I got home from work, let's be honest, by the time I got home from work, I was absolutely battered.
Yeah.
I'd be up at 7 in the morning, I'd be home for about 7 at night, have my dinner, and I'd be absolutely screwed. I wouldn't have the energy to do anything, go anywhere. So I was like, you know what, I'll just veg out. So
Yeah, sometimes jobs like that can just sap you of everything, can't they?
yeah, there was no desire. And then when it got to the weekend, I started doing my comic strip because I was inspired by the conversations I had at work with my friends, and that's where that came from. This is not going to fit very well, and I can't clamp it. So it came of that. My Xbox at the time was my lifeline. It was my sanity check. I mean, obviously I went out with my friends to the pub and stuff like that, but most weekdays when I was working, I was far too... Get home at 7 or 8 o'clock, I'd be shattered. There's only so many hours you can just have people shouting at you on the phone before you just want to go home and curl up in a ball and sleep. I did that kind of job for 30 years. It's
it's one of those. It's not easy at the end of the day, taking abuse like that, day in, day out, all day long.
I mean, not every customer's bad, but it was business telecom, so most of them were morons.
Yeah.
For some reason, hairdressers were the worst. Oh, Jesus
really?
Christ. Yeah, trying to explain a phone bill to a hairdresser, you're off to a bad start to start with. Or trying to explain the basic checks they need to do for a phone fault. For some reason, hairdressers were the worst.
This makes you wonder how these people get on in life, doesn't it?
It makes you wonder how they run a business. Trying to explain to them, if the fault is your phone that you bought from Tesco's for 10 quid and not a fault on the network, you'll be charged a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I recommend you try a different phone in the socket. I don't want to. Why should I have to do that? It's not my phone line. Let me explain that again. I'll speak twice as slow.
Yeah. Yeah. What part of chud don't you understand?
Yeah. I used to say things like, if your car breaks down the motorway, do you complain to the highways agency? No. So when your phone doesn't work, if it's your phone handset, why should you not be charged if the engineer comes out?
Yeah.
And finds it's your phone handset? Oh, yeah. So just try a different phone in the socket first. If it's still not working, give us a call back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Morons. It was unfortunate. The last company I worked at, last one was it was a small telecoms provider that dealt with small businesses. Yeah. So they were dealing with the arse end of the business world. They weren't dealing with
the world. Yeah.
Yeah, they were. I was trying not to say that F word because that YouTube doesn't like that.
Yeah.
They weren't dealing with big multi-million corporate. We were dealing with news agents and hairdressers and small shops. And people were working from a business from home with one phone line, things like that. we had one place where it was a nursery school in Wales somewhere.
Yeah.
And it was a really bad winter. You remember that winter when there was like about 3 foot of snow everywhere?
Yes. Yeah.
The beast from the east. And this particular place, the winds were so strong that the wires on the pole, that it was in the middle of the countryside, and the pole had broken, snapped in half.
Yeah.
The big wooden telephone pole had basically gone snapped in half, and they had to basically replace all the wires and the poles for about a mile of country lane.
Yeah.
And on this country lane was a nursery school for kids, like, for all the local Chelsea tractor types, or wealthy people with their big 4x4s. So instantly don't care about them anyway. And it was the middle of this massive storm season, and it took about 3 weeks before they could go and even replace the pole.
Yeah.
And every day, unfortunately, where we used to do it is if you picked up a fault ticket, it was your fault ticket and you stuck with it till the end.
Oh, right, yeah, you took ownership, that was it.
Yeah, so every day I had to call this woman at this nursery.
Oh, no.
For like 3 weeks, and she was screaming, like, think of the children. And I was like, look, the guy has to come and put a pole in, he has to go up in a cherry picket 70 feet up in the air, and he's not going to do it in 100-mile-an-hour winds, is he, love? Come on now.
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Much as they want to get it working, they're not going to put someone's life at risk, and she just couldn't get it at all. So there's nothing they can do. They're not going to send a man up 50 foot in the air on a pole in 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
And also, that's not our fault, so don't shout at me.
That is the trouble, though. They do shout at you because they think that's the answer. And he's back.
Hello, everybody. I am returned. How are you today?
Yeah.
Kajit, thanks you for coming by.
They think that's the answer. That's why they'll shout at you. And it's like, that's not going to get you anywhere.
It did teach me over the years that if you want to get somewhere with the customer service department, don't shout.
No.
The moment you get stroppy with the person on the end of the phone, they stop giving a crap about your problem and they won't give you any help at all. Even in the worst scenario, if you're polite and quiet and just, and don't make silly threats, that customer service agent may try and help you.
It's nice to be nice.
Yeah, the moment you start kicking off, that customer service agent's like, I don't care about you now. I'm just going to sit there and give you platitudes till you go away.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're killing them with kindness at the end of the day.
It got to the point where, we take phone faults. I'm guilty of doing this myself, but you knew when somebody had a shitty customer on the phone.
Yeah.
Because the fault call would go a certain way. A lot of the times they'd describe the fault, and you knew with the phone fault, you knew if it was going to be an equipment fault, so their handset.
Yeah.
Or if it was a network fault.
Yeah.
And if it's a network fault, you just get the OpenReach engineer out and they come and fix the network fault. If it's the phone handset, you tell them to replace the handset. It's their piece of kit, Yeah. Don't get the engineer out to fix your phone.
No.
But there'd be times when you'd know straight away. They'd describe, say, it's a crackling sound. Well, then there's water in the circuit somewhere. There's probably the drop cable or something. Yeah. There's water in the circuit. That's not your handset. It might be your plumbing behind your wall, in which case you're screwed, but it's not your handset. But you'd know this because you'd hear people, they'd get the call and they'd be like, yes, but can I just, yeah, but, and you can say, okay, so the person's just not stopped screaming at them.
Yeah.
And then what they do is they go through a few of the questions to try and ascertain what the fault is. And then they'd say the classic, especially if they were a really crappy customer and it was coming to end of shift, they'd do the classic. You'd hear them actually say to go and try a different handset and call back if the fault persists, which means get them off the phone.
Yeah. You've
not logged the fault, so that they'll go away. You can go off to have your cigarette or go home, or whatever, and somebody else can deal with it when they call back.
Yeah.
And sometimes that was valid because you wouldn't know. 99% of the time when you heard another agent saying that, you knew they had a screamer and they just wanted to get them off the phone.
Yeah.
So it might be they described a fault that would be like, that's
the next phone call that comes in, no one wants to answer it.
Next call that comes in, Of course, it would backfire on a day that, if on a weekend or Saturday when you do that kind of call, and then it's dead quiet, and then the next call that comes in 10 minutes later, and you get the same one, you're like, oh fudge.
Yeah. So no, I've got him again or her again. Yeah.
Muse is off. Got to go back to work. Take care, Muse.
Take care, Muse. Thanks for popping in, darling. Always nice to see you.
I think Fox gets a mild sunburn when he opens the door to pick up parcels. Mild sunburn, and I put my back out and everything. I'm pretty sure he fries in the light. This is about me not going out, says Muse.
Ends up looking like Two-Face.
Oh, yeah. I really should post my journal entries about work. Might be an interesting experiment, says Muse.
Absolutely.
Are you suggesting that Fox is actually a vampire? Yes, I'm sparkly and gorgeous, so clearly I'm a vampire.
Yeah, he walks around wearing a long black cape.
Yep. I am Batman. Rabbit says, reality. The customer is always wrong or lying or so stupid they don't know they're wrong or lying. Absolutely. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, if you ever have a problem with a service of some sort, doesn't matter what it is, and you have to call either support or customer service and you know, lodge a fault or a complaint, anything like that, do not be the shouty customer. Just be calm, be polite, maybe even be a little bit light and jokey with the agent on the phone. Because what you want is that agent to take over your fault for you, whatever it is, or your issue, and look after you.
Yeah.
If you're shouty, they'll want to get rid of you as quickly as possible. If you're nice, they won't want to do that. And if you actually make them feel relaxed and maybe even give them something to laugh about, they'll appreciate the fact they've got a polite and friendly caller for the change and they've not got somebody screaming down their ear hole. Yeah. And they'll be like, oh, this guy's been nice and relaxed and he's been joking with me. I like this guy. I'll take this ticket over and I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah. I've always, whenever I've rung up anywhere like that, you know, I go, look, it's not your fault. You're only doing your job. Just thought I'd let you know. Yeah, no worries, you know. And I go, oh, can you describe what's going on? You know, you go through it methodically. Have you tried that? Yeah, I have. But if you need me to try it again, I'll happily go and do it, you know. And I don't see the point in getting shitty with them because they probably had 100 shitty calls that day, you know.
Yeah. It's the mentality. It's the kind of person that thinks, it's the kind of the I pay your wages mentality.
Yeah.
Which never works. At the end of the day, if you want somebody to do something for you, you need to get them on side, and shouting and screaming at them's never going to work.
It normally ends with you know, well, thanks for calling. Is there anything else I can do for it? And I'm like, well, no, I'm good. You know,
yeah, I mean, I always have, if you know, often I'll have a laugh and a joke with the person.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember back in the days of the 360 Red Ring of Death. Yes. I got the Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death, and I phoned up, and the woman was like, this American woman answered, called support and stuff. And I said, oh yeah, my 360. And I was really upset because I just bought this Xbox 360. I was really happy. It was my first one. So I was really upset about it, but I said, I think I've got the Red Ring of Death. And she went, what's that? So I explained it, and we were kind of laughing about it, and she was dead nice. So yeah, if you get the person on side and get them laughing and joking, then they'll appreciate that call, because that call is like a delicious dessert after a really crap meal. Yeah.
It makes their day almost.
Yeah.
I had a really nice customer. Mr. So-and-so. Oh, I've got them on the phone. They called back. Yeah, help them out because they're all right, you know.
Yeah, that does actually happen when you get a nice customer. The other thing that will happen as well, again, if you call and you get some call centre in India, then none of this applies. But if you actually getting a call centre of, you know, actual talented customer service staff, then you know, I'll take a, especially if it's a small company.
Yeah.
I'll take a call, and it'll be a good call, and I'll say to my colleague, I just had this guy on the phone, he's really nice, blah, 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 and he had this joke, and he said this about his dog or whatever. And then, you know, we'll have a bit of a laugh about the conversation, because, you know, we're all in the same boat, so we'll all talk to each other. And then that call might come through, and it might be, you know, one, because people say, this has happened, I've taken a call, really good call, because the customer's been really funny, or really nice and dead chilled out, we've had a good laugh. And I've told my team about it while I'm sat there. We're all waiting for calls to come through. And then the call comes through and somebody else on the team gets it. It says, oh, I've got your Mr. Smith on the line. He's a nice bloke. And they'll then want to keep that. They'll want to keep that customer for themselves as well.
Yeah.
And they'll all try and help out because he's now a nice customer that people, and it's like, help him out because he's a good lad.
And it's taking the time to bung an email in, you know, just emailing in and going, you know, rung your customer service the other day. Really helpful bunch.
Yep.
Because that all gets called out in the ripples, the morning meetings, and
yep.
You know, oh, we had this email from Mr. So-and-so. He said, thank you all for your help. And they're like, yeah, see, told you, he's that nice bloke that rang the other day, you know. And...
But it's super important if you're calling a support company on a weekend. If you like, especially if it's business telecoms in the UK, most of the companies, if they're small companies, will have like 5 or 6 people in on a weekend.
Yeah.
We used to be, basically, it was an office full of about 100 people where I used to work during the week. But on the weekend, you'd go in and there'd be like 8 of you.
Yeah.
And we'd all just go in, wherever we normally regularly sat, it'd be one team. One team would go in on a Saturday. So one team of bank of desks. We'd all be the same team because you never sat in a different desk. So we'd all be the team. One team of people, 8 or 9 people. We all knew each other and we all worked all together all day, every day. So we all had a good laugh. We're just there. We knew it'd be like a low call volume, so we all went in casual clothes. We'd have like a pizza or something there, and we'd be in a good mood. We're all on the same team, and if somebody calls and then calls back, it's the same team of people that are going to take that second call.
Yeah.
So if it's a shouty customer, you know, because you've dealt with somebody and then suddenly puts the hand up in the air and you think, they've just got him. Because you used to get these customers that somebody would call in and be like, instant abuse. And you say, look, I'm not going to deal with your call if you keep abusing me. La, la, la. Yeah. And you get people that would last about 30 seconds on the phone till you put the phone down on them.
Yeah.
And then 10 seconds later, they'd come through to another agent.
Yeah.
Then 10 seconds later, they'd go through to another agent. And but the same thing happened with a good customer, because if you call at the weekend for something, you may be calling a team of like 10 people.
Yeah.
And if you're going in abusive, they're all going to know about it straight away, and then you're not going to get anywhere. You can't try calling back and getting somebody else because he's probably sat next to the person you just spoke to.
Yeah.
But if you get a good call, and they look after you, and then you have to go off and do something and then call them back, you're probably going to get through to either the same person or somebody on that team.
Yeah.
And again, because you've been a good call, they'll be happy to help you out.
Absolutely. So I always said it's nice to be nice and it pays to be nice.
Yep. So yeah, I just used to. You kind of instinctively get to know over the years of doing that kind of job. Within the first,
Mr. Shouty, it's easy, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, within the first 10 seconds of a call, what kind of customer it's going to be.
Yeah.
Like if the call comes in, it's like, "Hiya, I've got my phone." Like, right, he's going to be all right.
H did credit control for about a decade, and
if you're the kind of company where they've got like an automated answering system where you have to press 1 for this and press 2 for that, you always knew if the person came through and went, "Oh, a real person," then finally, this is going to be a shitty call.
Yeah. I've spent all this time going. Yeah.
Are you gonna give me a refund for this call? No.
Yeah, that's affectionately known as the chud filter.
Yeah, but the last place I worked, thankfully, they didn't have that.
Yeah,
they just literally had press 1 for faults and 2 for not faults, and that was it. That was as complicated. Hi, thanks for calling. Press 1 for faults, 2 for billing. Done.
Yeah,
there you go. And there were very rarely queues to get through. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was so you'd know within 5 or 10 seconds. Oh, it's going to be a nightmare call.
Yeah.
Especially, it was so funny on the weekends though, because just every now and then. We get like, it seemed to be always news agents for some reason, but like I say, a news agent, their phone line will go down. And of course they need it for things like the till, so they're going to be angry anyway. But normally they come on and say, yeah, my till's not working in more petrol stations or whatever, and you'd be like, okay, you try and help them out because it's urgent. But you'd occasionally get this person that would come on the phone, and the moment the phone line connected, they'd just be, we had this guy once, he literally just like, screaming down the phone.
Yeah.
And it's like...
What's that going to get you?
It's like the phone line connects, and before I've even said, good afternoon, welcome to such and such telecom, Fox speaking, how can I help you? Can I take your account number? I'll be, I'll be like, hello, yes, good afternoon. And so you'd let them talk for a minute, then you go, good afternoon, thank you for calling such and such telecom. Yeah. And they'd be like, and it was almost funny because you
would get your blurb in at some point.
Yeah, but you'd hear someone on your team doing that. You'd hear, please stop shouting, sir. Can I just take your account number? Oh, no, I need your account number. No, I really do need you. And then the call would at this, look, I'm going to have to hang up, sir, because you're not letting me speak and I can't help you. We'd try and make it last as long as possible because we'd try and help them.
Yeah.
And then on a Saturday morning, especially on a Sunday, there'd be 5 of you sat there. You'd have donuts and pizza, and you'd just be chilling out, and you'd hear the call go from because it'd try and route it to a different agent if you call back.
Yeah.
So you'd hear the call go through one after the other each time. Each person, you'd be like, I'll be next then. So you'd sit there going, he's going to call any minute now.
Yeah. Hello, have you tried switching it on and off again? Yeah.
We had one guy call through once, and basically he was calling through to log. Well, he was calling through for something on the account.
Yeah.
But he refused to give any information to get the account details.
Yeah.
And it's like,
yeah, what do you expect? Yeah.
So he's like, well, can I take? He said, yeah, can I take your account number? No. Okay. Well, what's the phone number? I don't. Well, okay. Well, what name is the account? And it was clearly, obviously, we think it was probably some kind of spam call or phishing attempt or something. But it was like, if it might have been genuine, but it's like, look, we want to help you, but we can't psychically know who you are. You have to give us something to tell us what your account is. No, I'm not going to give you my account number. Yeah. Well, can you give me the phone number? No, I'm not going to give you that. Well, why are you calling then? I can't help. I'm not psychic.
Yeah. I mean, Paul Lewis sums it up. He said, yeah, it's annoying to have a problem, but it costs nothing to be polite. Absolutely. Yeah.
Exactly. That's my handy tip to all the people out there. If you've got a customer service issue and you need to phone up with a fault or anything like that, be nice. Try and make the person on the phone laugh and relax. That way, you'll get their full attention and their best customer service. Unless they are a complete knob jockey, because such people do exist.
Yeah, it's just...
And then you're never going to get good service out of them.
It's just one of them. I just don't understand why people need to be twats. I really don't.
Yeah.
Because that's all they are.
And if you can avoid it, try not calling it like 2 minutes to knocking off shift time. Like, don't call it like 2 minutes to 5 or 2 minutes to 8 or 2 minutes to 6.
Happen.
Because, you're never going to get good service from someone 2 minutes before they're due to go home and they suddenly call in with a 4.5 hour telephone fault call. It's like, no. Yeah, try a different handset callback. Bye, click. Right, close the phones off.
Yeah.
That did happen occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my advice. Always be nice to your call handler. Rabbit says, I come in the store all the time. Me, look, lady, I'm here 35 hours a week over 5 years and I've never seen you before in my life. Nice try. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm going to go to Watchdog. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and ring my MP. Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You know. I'm going to go and tell the newspapers. Yeah, okay.
Awesome. They won't know who you are or who we are.
Yeah.
We're a small company. They won't care.
I want your name. I want to speak to your supervisor. I'll give you my name. But there's no way you're speaking to the supervisor. He's out on the golf course.
Yeah, bye.
But yeah,
it's amazing though, the ones you used to get, like the ones that would come through and just refuse to give any information. I don't want to give you my information. Well, how? And you really did get calls like that.
Yeah.
And it was like they wanted something fixing or resolving or whatever it was, like a billing query or something. But they didn't want to give you any super secret information like their account number or phone number. So, what the hell do you want me to do? Doesn't it come up on screen? Well, yes, it does, but I need you to come. Oh, that was the best one. Because, of course, it used to pop up the details on screen. So we knew who was calling and what number was. We'd actually ask them the security questions.
Yeah.
Like, confirm your phone number. And they're like, I'm not giving you any of that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, you do realise you've called me. I've not called you. I can't be fishing for details from you because you've called me, you muppet.
Yeah.
And that's how you knew all the people trying to get private information.
Yeah. Do you think I'm psychic? No. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the best ones where you get somebody phoning in, and it was often like for things like newsagents and petrol stations where there'd be an account holder, but the person phoning up would not be the account holder.
Oh, right, yeah.
So you get them phoning up for whatever reason, and there's, yes, I'm Mr. Smith or whatever. There's security questions, and they fail the security questions or refuse them. So they say, well, I'm sorry, I can't go any further with you in this call because I'm not satisfied that you're the customer. So please make sure you get the customer. So they give it 5 minutes, and they call back.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't know that, of course, it's a Sunday and there's like 5 of us.
Yeah, and they think they're going to blag it still. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I'm Mr. Smith, and I've got this problem. Oh, Mr. Smith. And I'd be like, ba-ding, here's a prick up. I'd be like, is that Mr. Smith? Yeah. Full security questions. It's not Mr. Smith. And they go through and they have the same conversation and get nowhere. And you see him going round.
Yeah.
Like, yes. And you get more and more shouty and screamy. I remember that one. I tried it a few times. And there's like literally about 4 of us sat there on a Sunday. It was a very quiet day.
It's like, why do these people think that they're going to be able to get away with it?
But it got to the point where he'd go the rounds and he'd pop up on your screen. You'd be like, before he even said anything, you'd be like, hello, not Mr. Smith. Are you trying again? Click.
Yeah.
Because, of course, we've got the information in front of us. So.
Absolutely.
Hey.
Paul Lewis says, speaking of annoying, can you please blow your nose, Fox?
Yeah,
I've got
I have got the sniffles. I do get the sniffles. I do get the sniffles. I don't even know I get the sniffles. I'm going to blow my nose 1 sec.
Yeah. Bless. I normally yawn when I go live. Fox gets a runny nose. So, yeah.
There.
We all have
The thing is, it happened when the lights go on, and it's wearing these things on my glasses pushes down on my nose and makes my nose run.
Oh, I've got a pair.
Of course, I don't even know I'm doing it. So, no, I don't know what it is. It's just the weight of them on my nose pushes it down on my nose, and having my nose squished a bit makes it.
Oh, you're such a princess.
I don't even know I'm doing it. Paul Di Tomasso's in. Hello, everyone. Hope you're feeling better than me. Hey, Paul.
Hello,
welcome.
Paul.
Willkommen auf dem Stream.
Absolutely.
Right. So I'm not going to glue that gun arm on because that can be glued on later after paintage. Ooh, maybe.
Edward Leonard says Colin needs to watch the Fox fart video. Yeah.
Wait, what's the... Oh, yeah. The one, it's not actually me farting, but... Do I want to paint that now or do I want to paint it when it's on? Choices.
Oh, multiple choice, is it? Oh, dear.
Well, I can glue the arm on later, but unfortunately it hasn't got a top on, so it means the gap where his arm will go in will be exposed.
Yeah.
If I glue it in later, I can't fill it with glue. Mind you, I can get to that and paint it. Yeah, screw it, I'll glue it on. Screw it, I'll glue it.
I saw what you did there.
See what I did there? I'm a poet and I know it.
I am impressed.
And given how the other arm didn't go on very well and left a dirty great big gap, I think gluing now might be the best prudent idea. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Roger, gluing now.
Gluing fun times, is it?
Yeah.
Paul Lewis says to Paul Di Tomasso, what's wrong with you? And more importantly, can I catch it over the internet?
Into tubes, lurgy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure I can paint all that in situ.
Yeah. Man of your capabilities, I'm sure you can.
It's this on the assumption I ever get around to painting these things.
They do not call you the guru for nothing.
They do. They only call me that because that's what I called myself.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to big you up there, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Really didn't work, did it?
I don't like being bigged up.
Yeah, of course you don't. You love it,
I've
really.
got to clean up some bum cracks, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yeah. So, folks, being that Fox doesn't like being bigged up, don't go and support him on Patreon.
No, I like being bigged up financially. I mean, I don't like people singing my praises.
When it suits, then.
No, I don't like the singing of the praises because I'm far too humble and delicate for things like that.
Yeah, right.
I'm not too humble and delicate to take money off people, but
yeah. So if you was announced as a Golden Demon winner, you go, I can't possibly accept this because I don't like being bigged up.
Oh no, I'd be shouting about that from the rooftop.
Ah, right.
Because that would be something that wouldn't be me falsely bigging myself up. That would be saying, here's an award that I won because I am awesome. But I can't go around saying I am awesome because I'm awesome.
You're awesome. You know you're awesome.
I'm not awesome. I'm slightly mildly less annoying than something that's slightly more annoying.
Okay, that made no sense whatsoever, but yeah.
I'm going to have some goo on his butt.
No. He's going to have a gooey butt. Ugh.
Butt goo is going to be required with that puppy, I think. It's like almost every single one of these has like a big, like sewn seam down the middle of their arse. Would it have hurt them to maybe make that a join point for most of these guys?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Could be worse. It could be gorilla butt.
That's true. Oh, actually, hang on though. I've got Have I got lots of little doodads and pouches and things I can stick on and cover those bits up? Ooh, I might have.
Yeah,
There's
might
nothing
have some
better.
greebles from the other ones.
Yeah, I should check that before I start getting the spruger out, because I really can't be arsed with spruger if I can avoid it.
Yeah, I thought, I'm sure on a couple of mine I put additional baggage on them.
Yeah, well, I think I've got a few little bits and bobs left over. I hope I have. I've got a bag of orc bits, which I forgot to spell with a Z.
Yeah, if you haven't got an orc greebles box, I'll be amazed.
Doodle-doo. I got this guy out and was like, I'm sure I've just built this guy, but it's the same guy. It's just one I built earlier.
That's the only thing, innit? You get there and you think, yeah, I've built all of them, and then you see the next 10 sat there and you're like, damn.
Right, I think that's...
Yeah, Paul D. Tommaso's got a cold. Bless him.
Oh,
Oh,
is it a
lambkins.
cold? Is it a cold? Is it a serious proper cold, or is it man flu?
Man flu.
Is it a man cold? As in, not that serious, or is it proper like end of life, death time?
Man flu then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What men call a fatal thing, and what women would say is shut up and go to work.
Yeah. Women would go, he's got the sniffles.
Yes, I know all about sniffles.
Yeah.
That needs some cleanup. That needs some cleanup. He's got a butt crack that needs sorting.
Oh dear. That sounded so wrong.
Yeah. I need to go for a great big wee as well.
Oh dear.
He kind of needs sorting out.
Don't forget to mute your mic.
What, when I sort out his butt crack? That one's hidden. Well, you might be able to put a greeble on him. Oh dear Lord, there's a nub on that. Oh dear Lord.
Paul says he sees an unfinished war trike. Absolutely.
It's built. It's just not had anything else done to it yet. This is all my orc stuff going in the tray here.
Larry says it might be crutch rot or swamp arse is also a problem. Good man.
This is true.
Joel Gritsin says hello all in chat. Hello Joel.
Hey, Joel.
How you doing, mate?
Just spotted a dirty great big nub on this dude here.
Paul saying to Edward Leonard, probably, possibly, maybe, I've had a sleep since this stream started. Don't tell Colin and Fox that I said that.
Who said that?
Paul Lewis.
Sleeping on the job.
Yeah.
We're that exciting, are we? Is that how good we are?
Hey, mate, people mostly fall asleep when they watch my content.
Model Making Guru, your best, one of the leading sleep aids.
Absolutely. I'm trying to think who said that to me once, that they put me on so that they can go to sleep. Might have been Sergeant Bones, bless him, because he had insomnia.
Sarah Jane says that to me all the time.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going for a great big wee.
Yeah,
I shall turn the microphone off.
I'll pause for a minute because imminently he'll come back and say he's back and then go again. Nope, he didn't this time.
I'm back and I'll go again.
Yeah, there you go. Because he always does it. Paul says, stuffed up, runny nose, aches and pains, scratchy throat and cough. No energy to do much. Oh, lambkins. Oh, poor you, Paul. Paul Lewis says, maybe not sleep, just zoned out for a moment between drinks. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. I do that all the time in the stream. Edward saying hello to Joel Grit. Happy days, mate. Happy days. Edward Leonard says fix. Yeah, I think there's a lot of it going round though, isn't there? A lot of colds still. A lot of people are feeling a bit ropey at the moment. He said maybe not sleep, just zoned out for a moment between drinks. Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all. I'm pretty lucky because I don't drink anyway, so yeah. So what have we got planned for the weekend then, peeps? Any of you going anywhere? Any sporting events or out and about, family or anything like that? He is returned. Hope you remember to shake it.
Oh yeah, there was shaking and washing and all kinds of things going on.
Oh, good boy.
Burbage. Oh, I need to get me bits out, don't I? Hang on.
Oh dear.
I've got to go to the table and get me bits out.
That sounded so wrong.
But so right.
Yeah.
I've got my bits in a bag.
Oh, your greebles.
Yeah. What did you think I meant?
Filthy,
dirty little bugger.
Images burnt on my retinas that I need to go and see a specialist about.
Yeah. Edward Lennon says fix.
Yeah.
It's surprising how many people actually call me fix by mistake.
Oh,
When they
yeah.
type.
They say how many people call you Mike because they think Mike's your real name.
Yeah, well, that's Facebook's fault.
Yeah.
Bloody Facebook and their rubbish. You can have whatever name you want, but if it doesn't sound like a real name, we're going to delete your account. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Cheers for that, Mr.
Okay.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no useful greebles in here whatsoever.
No.
No. I thought I had lots of little pouches and things, but
I thought you had loads of little odds and
I've got
odds and bits and
one thing of bullets.
yeah.
It's mostly arms and that. Damn, I thought I had loads of pouches and things. Arse. I must have used them all. I've got a couple of little round things
Yeah.
I can use. Darn it. I'll have to go. Ah, no. Let's go and find some other bits. If I have to use like a bit of an Imperial Guard pouch, I'm sure I can.
Sure you can wing it.
Yeah, I'm sure I can wing it. It's not like I can even use any of these. Oh, there's a backpack. Would a regular orc have a backpack?
He will do if he's looted it, won't he?
He will do if it's stuck on his back.
Yeah. See what he did there.
You see what I did there? See, he's not a commando.
He's a very nice boy.
He's a very nice boy.
Paul Lewis says Fox getting his bits out. Ooh, ladies. Absolutely.
Matron. Yeah, I can't really separate out any of the knives or guns because they've all got hands wrapped around them and things. Oh well. Let's see what I've got in my Imperial Guard and random bits. As long as I don't have to get a box out, that's
Absolutely.
whatever I can get out without having to go unpacking all the boxes under my bench. Let's see what I've got.
Just got to stand up. Gives me 2
Okay.
hours.
I'm kneeling down, you're standing up. This could go wrong. What's that? Oh, hang on. I found more orc stuff. Yay. Aha. Aha. For some reason I have a bag labelled orcs and then a second bag labelled orcs. That's really stupid, isn't it? Only I will put stuff in a place and then forget it's there.
Oh, you're like...
I'm an idiot, what can I say?
Nothing wrong with being an idiot, mate. We've all made a living out of it.
Well, you're not wrong. Edward says, I was asking about Larry Russo. I deleted his comments because I don't know him and we're kind of weird, which doesn't mean anything.
Well, I've got the streaming subscriber mode, so
Who's Larry Russ? I don't know what we're talking about. We're talking
Couple of
about
comments where one was might be Crutch Riot and Swamp Ass. Well, mate, at the end of the day, is what it is. You got to be a subscriber to come in the chat, so.
Oh, well, that was when we were talking about having the crack in the butts of the dudes.
Absolutely. I think on that occasion it was perfectly innocent, Edward, but thanks anyway, mate, for being on the ball.
Yeah, you've got to be a subscriber anyway, so I'm sure I've seen Larry Russo in chat before.
Yeah.
Right, why have I got,
So if you are still in there, Larry, don't take offence, mate. It's all good.
I need 2 bags of orcs, do I? Simpleton. Let's see what bits I have in this bag of orc bits. That's the other bag of orc bits. There's a comment for you there from Paul Di Tommaso, Cole.
Yeah, I've just got a gob full of jelly babies, mate.
All right.
I'm having a sugar rush.
Ooh. Get them down, you.
I'll be there in a sec, mate.
Yep. You all right?
Yeah, it's just needed sugar.
Needed a bit of a kick.
Yeah. I know.
Good,
I know the
good girl.
warning signs now, dear.
Good girl. Don't forget we can stop or pause at any moment. If you need to go, we can go. Dee 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 dee. I'm up to in chat. Okay, maybe not sleep, just zoned out for a moment between drinks, says Paul Lewis. Right, that's the bag of orcs. That's the bits I've already looked at. So I don't need that bag. I don't know why I had 2 bags of orcs. I'm such an idiot. I've probably got like 5 different bags of Tempestus Scion bits. Every time I build some Scions, I obviously put the bits in a bag and forget about the ones I did last time. I'm not really going to stick an orc boss head on the butt of an orc. Really, it's not really going to work, is it? So, what have we got on the sprues? Guns. Arms. I've got some shoulder plate pauldrony things. They might work.
Yeah, they should do it.
Cover up one of the shoulders. So there's nothing good on those sprues at all. Nothing useful at all, apart from a couple of racks of bullets.
Racks of bullets. Get your racks of bullets for £8 a pound.
Free for a wreck. So slim pickings. I thought I had loads of bits for orcs, but I clearly didn't.
Edward Leonard says no problem. Larry Russo, not a problem, mate. Paul D. Tommaso says read this out loud. Me we Todd did. Me Sofa King we Todd did.
I don't get it.
I know. I've read it out.
I don't get it. I thought I guessed it was something rude and let you read it out because it's your channel, but I don't know what it was. I don't get it. Maybe Todd did me. Even no, I can't get it. I don't get it, Paul. I don't get it.
Paul says, talking about being a potential idiot, I received an impulse purchase yesterday, an Hobby Boss 1/18 UH1 UEB with H. I really need to stop buying stuff late at night. Good purchase, mate. Fox did that. He went to Forge World and bought a squiggle.
Yeah, I accidentally went and spent all my money.
Yeah, that was an disturbing how easy night, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's disturbing how easy that can happen, isn't it?
Allegedly.
Cheap tart.
Absolutely. Cheap tart, mate. You know this.
Cheap tart.
Would you have me any
Wow, it's only when you tell you what, you compare some of these parts from the old original 1990s orcs. Because I'm using some of the old Orc Boys bits.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it's only when you have some of the old Orc Boys bits side by side with the new Orc Boys, or even the modern, late 2000s ones. These old ones are really crap.
Bit shite, are they, mate?
Well, it's like the mouldings are horrible. The plastic's rough and textured. It's like, oh, it's horrible.
Just goes to show you, though, doesn't it?
It's like not smooth at all. It's like, yeah. You look at these knives and these daggers, and they've got these like, rough, lumpy blades. It's quite horrendous. It's quite traumatic. I managed to find one stabby knife thing that doesn't really fit with old style boys, but I might be able to.
It just goes to show you how spoilt we've become, though, innit? Because now with the more modern moulded stuff, when you do get one that's a bit dated,
yeah, you think, oh dear Lord.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
I mean, these orcs, like, they're probably like 25 years old, these moulds. So
Edward Leonard says, but mine is built, magnetised and primed.
Yeah, mine is in the box, not touched.
That may have been one of the things that I was browsing the other night on Forge World.
Yeah, you were looking at Squiggles, you know it.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I've only looked at mine in the box and I've not actually tried building it or anything, so who knows what issues I might find when I do mine. Hopefully not too many, but you never know. You never know. Oh no.
Are you not even done a dry fit, no?
There's only 3 parts. There's nothing to dry fit. Well, no, I mean, I've not really looked at it deeply and closely to look for any potential like clean-up issues or anything like that, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
I've given it a quick once over, but I've not looked in depth at it.
I think that's what we did with the grot tanks, wasn't it? We just made sure everything was there, boxed them back up, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, we checked for content, squeed a little bit, and then put them back in again.
Yeah.
Right, he can have...
So looking forward to doing them bad boys.
I know.
Because
So
it's
cute.
grot tanks, isn't it? They're cute.
They are just adorbs. Adorbs.
Yeah, I will get a squig off. It will happen.
Yeah. It will happen. It's a goal kit.
Well, yeah, it's one of those, isn't it, where...
Something to aim for.
I've got the place to store it now, so...
Yeah. Now we see why he did all this shifting around then.
There may have been a motive.
Now the truth comes out.
That would be an ecumenical matter.
That's not a denial.
That would be an ecumenical matter.
That's also not a denial.
That ecumenical matter that I was on about.
Would it be ecumenical?
It would be an ecumenical.
I'm getting the impression that matter that was ecumenical.
Yeah.
Would be ecumenical.
It's one of those, isn't it? It's a growl kit at the end of the day.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Hang on a minute.
Again, I honed me painting skills long before I tackle that bad boy.
Which one?
Squig off.
Oh, the squiggle, yes. Aha! Oh, what's this? Now, yes. Ooh.
Oh.
I found more sprues.
Fox has made a discovery.
I've got my knobs. I forgot about my knobs.
Oh, you got your knob? Oh, no. No. Fox has got his knobs on the bench.
I've got all my knobs in the box still. I've got my knob sprues. Might be a few greebles on there. That I know they're not knobs that I'm building, but might be the odd.
Yeah, you might be able to scavenge something off of there, mate.
Yeah, it might be something. Well, I've got a whole mess of shoulder pauldron things, which is great for, I suppose, pauldrons, shoulders.
Yeah, they come in handy, but if it's something slightly bigger, you can always use them as knee pads, can't you? Knee guards or something.
Oh, there's an idea.
Okay. So
but it's more just like
so walking I.
Although, having said that, that doesn't really help cover up the butt much.
Use it as a
butt
cover.
But much.
Cheek armour.
Cheekilarity armourness.
Yeah.
That might make sitting down a bit of a challenge.
Arse armour.
I sat down too fast and it's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
Put a big boss.
Arse armour. See what I did there?
Put a big boss knob metal jaw on somebody's butt.
Yeah.
They've got some pauldrons which would be good for covering up some of the... Have I got anybody with a really nasty, like, mould, panel gap, seam gap on the shoulder? Not really. No. I've got a couple that that would potentially benefit. I can't get my words out. Blah, 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 blah.
So
potentially
there,
benefit. I know. Words. It's complicated nonsense.
Absolutely.
Words are complicated nonsense. I can cover up some of the gaps on some of the shoulders. I've got a couple where they've got shoulder gaps.
Panzer's asking, are they manscaped knobs? Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I know where this is going.
Do you know what? Whoever decided to abbreviate an acronym Man Portable Aerial Defence to MANPADS,
Yeah.
seriously, you need to rethink that. Because
it sounds...
It sounds like something you get when you get to a bit of an age and you can't quite get to the toilet fast.
Yeah.
I can't believe they actually... And it's like MANPADS. I can't take it seriously.
Yeah, sounds like a consumable for over 65s.
Yeah. Do 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 do. Because they could have just called them portable air defence system.
Yeah.
Just called them pads. MANPADS. Really.
I'm glad it's not something that is bugged you, mate, because that would be
No,
funny.
it's not bugging me. I just find it vastly. I can't take it seriously. When I see it, I'm like, I really can't.
It's because it's in your brain, isn't it? It's like, MANPAD.
I'll tell you what does bug me.
Yeah.
Is BBC bloody news.
Oh, God, what have they done?
They need to realise and learn, like a grown-up, that NASA is an acronym. It's not a word.
Yeah.
That it's supposed to be all capitals, but they put a capital N, little ASA. It's like,
come on.
It's not a noun. It's an acronym, you morons.
Oh.
They always capitalise the N and the rest is like, really?
Yeah, but that's the BBC, isn't it?
I mean, technically, you should do that with laser as well, but...
Yeah.
But laser has become more of a word than just an acronym, but...
Yeah.
But yeah, NASA, it's not a word, it's not a name. I mean, it's a name, but it's an acronym. I really expect more from the BBC for such nonsense.
Yeah, but the BBC is... Yeah, come on.
I may have to write to Points of View. Oh,
Chud City.
dear Points of View. Why? Can you not get this simple thing right?
Yeah.
What's next? Z in laser? Oh.
Yeah. Like and subscribe. Yeah.
I remember in the days of Yahoo Answers. Remember the old days of Yahoo Answers?
Yes. Yeah.
Somebody put a question up saying, which is right, laser with an S or with a Z? And like there were 8 million responses saying, laser with a Z is never correct, you moron.
God. Yahoo Answers, bloody hell.
How is Babby made? That's the best one from Yahoo Answers. There's a YouTube channel somewhere where some guy did a little video of just reading out some of the titles of some of the Yahoo Answers questions.
Yeah.
But he did it in such a way it was hilarious. Let's attach these little things, shall we?
On Yahoo Answers.
Yeah.
Last
One of those services that it was a shame to see it go just because it's a loss of great comedy potential.
Yeah.
It was never of any value as an actual proper service. I mean, Quora's somehow has managed to avoid being that. Yahoo Answers really was where the mentally hard of thinking used to go.
Yeah, it's one of them things, in it, from the past. You sit there and you think, really?
Really? How do you even remember to breathe without something jumping up and down on your chest?
Did we really have that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was once a thing, folks. We apologise.
Yeah. Yeah, when it shut down, it was a loss of comedy potential, nothing else. It was funny to read some of the mind-numbingly dumb questions on Yahoo Answers. Some of them were so goddamn stupid. It's like, how do these people even... Oh, God, and they're going to breed at some point. Really? It was the worst bit.
Some of them will end up fucking leading countries, mate. You know what I mean? It's... Yeah.
Right, whose butt do I need to clean up?
It sometimes one makes you wonder how they got out of the education system.
Yeah.
It's some of the things that people come up with. You're like, how can you be that age and not know that? Come on.
Yep.
What rock have you been living under?
It's always terrifying when you see, like, every now and then in various countries, US, UK and other places, they'll do little science surveys.
Yeah.
Just to sort of gauge general science awareness of the population of a certain age demographic. Usually of the, 20s to 30s.
Yeah.
And they'll often have questions like, does the Earth go around the sun or does the sun go around the Earth? And things like that. And it's sometimes quite terrifying to see the answers those kind of surveys get.
Yeah.
Like the number of people that think the sun goes around the Earth. I mean, sun goes around the Earth. Yeah. You know what I mean? Or that don't understand the difference between galaxy and universe and solar system. It's like, really? What?
Flat earthers.
Oh, don't even get me started on those morons.
Always gets me, that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It really does. And it's like...
If any of my patrons are flat earthers,
yeah.
I don't want you as patrons. Sorry.
Why, oh why, oh why. I mean, that one on SpaceX, wasn't it, where someone said, oh, look, the flat earth. And it kicked off in the chat and someone went, I wish people would take us flat earthers seriously. We're all around the globe,
Oh, yeah. I've dropped my bit. Hang on, I've got to find my bit now.
Who is in the word globe?
Oh, yeah, actually, when they had Elon Musk launching his Tesla into space.
Yeah.
And I was watching that stream in the chat, and it's like the number of people that were like, fake. It's like...
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I watched Capricorn one once as well.
No, these are just like young people who are too stupid.
Yeah. But it's just like... I thought that theory went out when Columbus was sailing,
Yeah.
It's just like, really?
Yeah. There are just morons. Yeah, any of my patrons are flat earthers. I'd quite happily not have your patron money, thank you.
It's just one of them, innit? I mean...
I dropped my thing and I can't find it now.
Oh dear, what do you know?
It's a really nice little greeble as well. Fudge and...
Can't be far.
Chunks. No, but it's a little tiny grey round plastic thing on a rather mucky carpet.
Oh dear, out of the magnifying glass on all fours. Oh, that sounded wrong.
I've got the phone torch out. But unfortunately it's a little tiny grey piece that I'm never going to find.
Yeah, that's going to be between your toes before you know it.
Yeah, probably.
You'll find it when you stand on it. That's normally what happens.
Quite possibly. In the meantime... Oh, that was another crap trump. God damn it.
You are really bad tonight, mate.
I know, they feel like they're going to be big window rattlers and they're totally not.
You are so lame. I'm really disappointed.
I know. Well, it's going to be the moment we stop the stream, isn't it? You know it's going to happen.
I'll put this stream up thinking I haven't seen him for a week. I haven't seen anyone for a week. It'll be fun. He won't stop farting. Oh, he'll be on form. No. It's been a night of lady puffs.
I know. It's just, I'm not impressed. Especially given all the noodles and things I've eaten
Shamed
today.
Of you, mate.
And the curry stuff I had yesterday. I'm going to give up on this little piece now.
People are going to be unsubscribing from your channel. You're going to have flat earthers join your Patreon.
Oh, God. Can't imagine anything worse.
Yeah, if anyone is a flat earther out there, please Patron Fox at Model Making Guru.
Actually, you know what? I will take the money of flat earthers. Oh, there it is. I found it with my foot. Yay!
There you go. I told you it'd be between your toes.
I literally gave up, stood up, and it was under my toe. And I'm like, oh, there you go. I stood on it.
Go.
I don't know. Yeah, so watching like the live stream of that launch for Elon Musk's Tesla into space, and so many people saying, "Oh, it's fake. It's not real." It's like, oh, and it was just like young, stupid people.
Yeah.
But it's like, really?
Yeah.
Oh, don't fall on the floor again, you gimp.
I was going to say you deserve all you get if it does.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just I see it more as it's not that people are stupid. It's that whatever education system they went through completely failed them. Because if you get to adult balls, oh there it is. If you get to adulthood and you can't quite grasp the difference between the solar system, the galaxy, a universe. Oh God damn it, woman! Then your education system has truly failed you.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely failed you. I mean, you might be stupid anyway as well, but you know, things like understanding that.
Paul J. Lewis says there's a suspicious number of blue wrench spanner holders on this stream. Just saying. Well, you're a blue wrench, mate.
Yeah. Colin does things differently to the way I do things.
Yeah.
I only have moderators who I personally know. You have to be somebody that I personally know and trust on my channel. So, you know, a personal friend, basically. Somebody I know either in real life or I've known you for a long time. Colin does things differently. Colin has his moderators is it patrons and channel members?
Anyone that's a patron and a channel member.
Yeah.
When I remember, I give them a spanner. I always have this philosophy: if they're good enough to join the channel or join the patron, then they're trustworthy. So you know, and it's all they're doing is just moderating the chat. You know, and I'm fine with that. It's just a perk of being a channel member and a patron. You become a moderator on the streams. You know,
it's a good perk. It is a good perk indeed.
And I just think, well, if someone was a chud, they wouldn't take the time to patron you, would they? They wouldn't take the time to join your channel. They wouldn't. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
And it's just a nice,
a
nice little perk.
I suppose you could get people who are a bit of a chud, but you do run the risk of somebody being a complete spoon, but that pays you anyway, and not being an ideal moderator. But you seem to have got away with it so far. So
the beauty of that is, if someone does that, then I take the spanner off them. It's that simple. You know, you can lose it as well as use it. That's how I see it.
That's true. You've been lucky so far, though. So
I've been lucky. You know, I think people respect it. You know, it's perk and respect the spanner. So Paul's got a double whammy. He's got a spanner and an icon. See, because he's a channel member. See, so you get both. There you go.
I always said Paul was a member. I'm an upstanding member.
But no, it's just one of them. It's a perk, isn't it? It's just a way of saying thank you to people.
Just a different way of doing it.
If you want a spanner, remember, you can join my channel by clicking the join button below any of my video content. You can support me on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop.
You're getting better, aren't you?
Absolutely. And if you want to grab me attention and get your message on screen with a bit of air guitar and a nice box, click the $sign and you can do a super chat. There you go.
Colin always appreciates a nice box.
Did you like that?
That was very well segued.
Semi-giggling segue there. I thought
that was a good little thing. That was.
You're impressed, aren't you? Because I did all the pimpage tonight as well without prompting.
See, I could put that PATRON on his arse, but it'd look a bit weird.
Yeah, he might have done one of your lady perfs.
Poof.
Yeah.
Poof.
Paul D. Tommaso says, I've got nothing. Oh, well, nothing new for me, laugh out loud. Are you a patron or a channel member? I can't remember, mate. I will check my patron and my memberships.
Yes, you're a patron, remember, you should have something.
Yeah.
Oh, bum tubes. That was broken then. Never mind, won't use those. Dee-dee-dee. Hello, Mama Fox. Oh, she's gone. I was too slow.
Stealth Mama Fox, was that?
Yeah.
Dum 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 dum. Let's have a look here.
Mic drop, says Edward Leonard. Oh, Paul says neither, I'm sorry to say.
Ah, there you go then, mate. I was going to say, I thought I'd made a boo-boo there, mate, and not added you.
If you are a channel member or a patron and you haven't got a spanner, then do let Colin know, because he's rubbish.
Let me know, and I'll understand.
Yeah. Right, to points of view, BBC Television Centre, London.
Because
W12.
I don't know until people come in.
I have to actually, I have to say, keeping track of patrons and stuff it's actually really quite tricky and fiddly.
Oh yeah.
Just with the way that Patron works, it can be quite tricky to keep track of.
Well, this is it. People come, people go. You know, there is a financial squeeze going on. You know, we all lose patrons and that. So at the end of the day, keeping a track of it and policing it, and that can be quite time consuming.
Yes. I mean, I've got my list of patrons that I put in my credits in my videos.
Yes, same here.
And I have to, basically, every time someone joins or leave, I have to update that text file.
Yes, same here, mate.
Because Patreon itself isn't, if you don't currently run a Patreon, it's not that great. There's no easy, simple way to get a straightforward list of who's supporting, because you can never be sure that the people in the list that you can look at are actually still patrons or not. It's a bit clunkety.
Yeah,
So I think
go into my Patreon, and once a month I go and look at the list in Relationship Manager and see who's active, and just check me Premiere Pro text file to make sure it's up to date. But if it's older videos, obviously it's still going to show people that may have gone because you made that video 6 months ago.
I never quite trust that Patreon list though, because I remember in the old days it was never that you'd be like, hang on a minute, is this person still a patron or not? Because sometimes it doesn't show.
You've got all the different filters. Don't forget. So you can have active patrons selected, so you get all your current active patrons, and then you do the add the column last date charged to the end of it, and that will let you know who's active.
I just remember in the past I did that once, and it was giving me names that I knew weren't patrons.
I did it this afternoon, mate. Paul Lewis says, I wasn't asking for a spanner, I wouldn't be so bold. I'm honoured to be a trusted spanner holder, thank you. Mate, my pleasure, Paul. You're a channel member, mate, not a problem.
I fell out.
No, I mean, I know it works because I did my Patreon this afternoon, mate.
Yeah. It's been a while since I used it. It was a bit more clunky in the old days.
Just play with the filters, mate. Select, as long as you've got the right filters, it'll give you the relevant info you're after.
It's all about the filters. Gentlemen, know your filters.
Absolutely, Paul. It's not an issue, mate. You know where I stand on that. Paul says, as much as I'd like to support you guys, I need to take care of things here at home first. He said, I do appreciate all you do and will continue to follow and watch. Mate, not a problem, Paul. You know, at the end of the day, you don't have to be a channel member or a patron, mate. No one thinks less of you. And I, for one, know of your situation. You know, I've donated to your GoFundMe, mate, and I don't work. You know, I rely on Patreon to keep this hobby going. But like I said to you before, if I had some spare wedge, I'd help you out. And that's what I did. But I don't expect nothing for it. I don't, you know, it doesn't worry me that you're not a member, mate, or a patron. Just your company alone's nice enough, you know.
Oh, I've done it again.
It's all good. Bless him. And at the end of the day, Paul, you're supporting us by viewing us and subscribing, mate. That's good enough, isn't it?
I mean, don't forget, you know, not everybody can afford to do a Patreon or a thingy. So if you're in a situation where you can't afford to support a channel, then there's a very easy thing you can do, and that is just to make sure you watch the advert.
Yeah, watch the
before
advert.
The video.
Yeah.
That's an absolutely free way to support the creators you love, is to watch the advert before their videos, and that helps them massively.
Absolutely. Click the bell icon whenever there's a stream on, come in, leave a comment, watch the advert. It's a keystroke, and it helps the channel grow, mate. And, you know, let your mates know about the channel and get them to subscribe, Paul. That helps us out in more ways than you could appreciate, mate.
But people seem to forget that. It's like even just simply putting up with the advert at the start of a video is a brilliant and free way to support the content creators that you love.
Of course
it means that we can keep making content, because that's how we make our income.
You don't have to physically sit there and watch the stream. Just click it, walk away, leave it playing. Job done.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's still giving us a statistic at the end of the day, and it's helping grow the channel. And any of you that have got mates that model build or whatever, just let them know our channels, get them to subscribe. It costs nothing.
Some people like to
Go on.
Some people like to let the advert go and then click on the advert as if they're a click through.
I had a
and then they just keep
classic
watching the thing.
question from someone I know. I said, oh, you subscribe to my channel if you want. Oh, how much is that a month? I went, no, subscription's free, mate.
Somebody who hasn't got a clue about YouTube and how it works.
Yeah, I mean, YouTube made a boo-boo, really. They should have had the join or members section as a subscribe button and a join button to join the channel as a non-paying subscriber. But,
Yeah. Mind you, how old was this person? Were they old?
They're in their 30s.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, they need to just be taken out and shot then.
Absolutely.
They should know how the internet works by now.
And
What?
I'm like, really? Yeah.
How can you be 30 and not even know how YouTube?
Yeah,
What?
it's just the way they asked. I would subscribe, but I don't know how much it costs. No, subscribe is free.
I'm sorry. You need to
Join button is the membership.
pack up your computer and send it back to the shop, and
Yeah, it's like
you're not allowed on the internet anymore.
And in the end, I politely said, "It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry yourself."
Yeah. How can you be?
You'll be amazed, mate.
It's like, it's weird, right? You know, I'm 50 now, and it's like when I was, a young shaver of a lad. There were people who were like my age now, people who were 50 when I was a youngster, like a teenager, who had no concept of whatever the thing was when I was a teenager, whatever the cool things were, video games and stuff or whatever at the time in the late 80s, early 90s. But I can't imagine being the age I am now and not having some general knowledge about things going on around me. It's like, imagine being our age and not understanding the internet or
if you
video
didn't
games.
understand it, you would want to learn about it, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose if it's not relevant to you, maybe you wouldn't want to. But I can't imagine being my age now and not understanding, say, the internet or computers or video games. Yeah, when I was a teenager, there were plenty of people 50 years old, my age now, that then didn't understand about computers or video games or anything current at the time, whatever was going on in the late 80s. It's like, how could we...
Yeah, so how can people not know? How can they... Yeah.
It's like, how did they go from being like in the 30s and in touch with the world around them and suddenly they get to 50 and they're not in touch with anything else? Things didn't change that fast. It's really weird. It's very strange. It's like, I'm 50 and I'm wearing the clothes. I'm wearing this, I'm wearing clothes that are considered normal. T-shirt and jeans. It's fairly, t-shirt and jeans or t-shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
It's fashionable. It's acceptable. It's not weird or anything.
I still haven't figured out at what age you have to be to start having an appreciation of beige. Because I don't know about you, but whenever you go to places like Bournemouth or the coast, you see all these geezers, don't you, in flat caps, dressed head to foot in the brown brogues, the beige, and it's like, at what age does that start? Where you're talking about the Jack Frost style of warm winter coat and hat. At what age is it you go, I'm not putting my t-shirt and jeans on today, love. I fancy a nice waistcoat and a pair of beige flannels.
Well, that's it. That's the thing. Like, I'm 50 and I wear the things I was wearing when I was like 20, jeans and t-shirt.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when I was young, people who were 50 wore boring old people clothes that weren't the clothes they wore when they were younger.
Yeah.
Because they were wearing the cool 60s things.
Yeah, tartan cardigans with the buttons up the front.
So how come people in those days went from being fashionable in their youth to completely old? Yet nowadays, people who are fashionable in their youth are still tastefully fashionable now. I don't understand why people suddenly became old in the old days, but now we're just same as we were 30 years ago.
Yeah, I really don't want to become Brogue's flat cap man, you know what I mean? It's like,
no, I don't want to become Jack Frost with his raincoat.
Yeah, it's like... No.
Driving a Sierra, you know what I mean?
Yeah, my missus thought it would be funny on my 50th birthday buying me a beige jacket. And I'm like, that's all right, you cow. I'll get my own back on you. So the following year, she got the floral dress and big floppy white sun hat,
Well, it's almost like I thought, I'm getting to 50, so I need to figure out how to time travel so I can go back to 1987 into Burton's and buy a pair of just boring grey slacks,
Yeah.
trousers, some loafers, a boring shirt, like, you know, white shirt with a very faint blue checker on it,
Yeah.
and then a boring Jack Frost, slightly fleece lined.
Yeah.
Don't know what that kind of coat's called, but the boring 1990s BBC, you know the kind of coat I mean.
Yeah.
Bland brown tube.
Yeah. Macintosh. No.
Well, not even that.
But yeah, it's
But
one
yeah,
of
it's
them.
weird,
You
isn't it?
sit there, don't you, and you think, oh my God, I really don't want to become that man. I remember me and my missus, our first dirty weekend away at Bournemouth. Let's not just lie about it. That's what it was.
We've all had dirty weekends.
You sort of, we was walking along Bournemouth, and there was this right old bint and her old man sat on the bench, and it was a typical sort of Mabel,
Eating a soggy sandwich.
Mabel and Albert type couple, you know, bemoaning bloody kids today and all of that lot. And me and my missus, we thought, look at that pair of crusty, miserable old gits. God, if we ever end up like that, I hope whoever our kids are takes us outside and shoot us. Well, we're now sort of only a decade from the age that these people probably were. And every now and then when we're having a wibble and one of us goes, people these days don't know, we think back to that couple and it's like, oh my God, we are
We
that
turned
couple.
into Victor Meldrew and his wife.
Yeah, well, we turned into Mabel and Albert, you know. And,
Oh, God. Yeah. But that's the thing. I don't understand why old people when we were young became uncool. But old people now, we are old people. We try and stay fairly cool and, you know.
Well, this is it.
I don't understand what the impediment was in the 70s and 80s to not turning into some doddery old fart.
You go from being young and trendy to a real creamed comb over, a pipe, slippers, and reading the Daily Mail, and it's like, no, I don't want to become that man.
Yeah. Maybe it's to do with the 60s, because like if you think like that Brill cream and pipe and you know, that was a very 1940s, 1950s.
It was,
and then the
wasn't it?
60s happened, and if they were too old in the 60s to be like cool and trendy, they just jumped that whole generation and stayed not cool and not trendy.
Yeah.
Whereas we've kind of not had that big jump.
No, we've kind of resisted it, haven't we?
Well, we've had the advantage of whatever was trendy when we were in our 20s is still kind of
don't get me
acceptable
wrong,
nowadays.
if me and you walked in the lounge now in a pair of really oversized 3/4 length Bermuda shorts, carrying a skateboard, wearing a baseball cap round the wrong way, I know for a fact my missus would go, what the effing hell have you come as? And your mum would probably disown you.
Well, yeah, but there is always that breach between the young and the old. But at least the old people's fashions now are still what they were. It's not been a big jump from like the 50s to the 60s was the end of rationing and colour came back. And everything got flares and flowered patterns and everything came in. Whereas
between like every loud pastel colour you could think of was worn together.
But between that and now, it's just been jeans and t-shirt.
Yeah.
So there's not really been any major style design changes that would.
Oh no, our wardrobe hasn't changed since our mid-20s, mate.
So we've kind of stayed the same. It's been kind of cool. There's been no real reason for us to.
Changed is the waistband is increased on the jeans, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, your waist is beginning to creep up with your age. It's like, these numbers should never be that close, should they?
Yeah, it's like I only want numbers to get bigger when I'm playing a clicker game.
Yeah.
Or I'm shooting somebody in Borderlands. I don't need numbers to get bigger when I'm finding trousers.
You sit there, go, I love my belly shrieking. They go, no, your feet aren't
These
shrinking.
trousers have shrunk in the wash now.
Yeah. Happens to us all.
I hate the fact that, you know, as time's gone by, I've had these t-shirts on my my t-shirt shelf.
Yeah.
That I've loved for many years, and every now and then it'd be like, oh, this t-shirt now no longer fits me, but I've worn it for 20 years and now it no longer fits. Sadness.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've got a load of like Borderlands t-shirts from like 2008.
Yeah.
When you could first buy Borderlands t-shirts.
Yeah.
And they were my favourite for many years. You know, I've got my my Jacobs t-shirt and
Oh yeah, I found.
but they don't fit anymore. They're just too. I've grown in too many places outwards.
I found some of my retro t-shirts, you know, and I thought, oh, brilliant. I tried it on, mate. It looked like I was wearing a boob tube. You know,
Exactly.
And I was gutted, you know, the gut hanging out, and I was like, oh. Of course, H was falling on the bed, pissing herself laughing.
Yeah. It's like I put on a t-shirt the day. I can't remember what it was now. It was one of my old t-shirts, and it was like, I thought, well, it's a bit tight around the waist, but I can do something about that. But it was like, I can't do anything about the bigger moobs that I didn't have 10 years ago.
Yeah.
They can't get any smaller, unfortunately.
Moobs. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, I hate that. It's like, do I need to go on my bra?
It's that. It's that moment when you walk past a long mirror in the hallway and you catch a side view and you're like...
Yeah, and you're like, I can't ever go outside with any
when
t-shirt
did that
on.
big fat bald bloke there become a lodger? Yeah. It's soul destroying.
I need you to prepare yourself.
Oh dear.
I've got the plastic card out.
Oh dear. I thought for a minute you was going to get a photograph of you out with that mullet.
Oh God, no! I never had a mullet. I had a flick.
Oh my God!
But I was like 10, so you know, hey. Now I'm gonna put this big stabby thing on his back, but I can't have it just magically hanging there. I need to put some kind of strap on there to make it look like it's.
Did you have one of those 1990s curtain hairstyles?
Well, I asked the guy for a flick. I think I just got a short back and side. I think we had a barber that whatever you asked him for, you got
short back and sides. Yeah, Jose was like that.
Yeah.
Used to go, and I want
Hello, Mama
to
Fox.
look like this famous person. Yeah, short back and sides you got.
Hello, Mama Fox.
Oh, bless her. She sounds really hoarse.
She was like,
oh, bless her heart.
No, she had lots of like.
She's all right, isn't she, mate?
Yeah, she's fine. She had lots of ERCPs when she's in hospital, which is where they stick a thing down your neck.
Mess with her vocal cords, isn't it? Bless her
Yeah, it's
heart.
really knackered the vocal cords up, unfortunately. But that's only also because she's half asleep.
Poor mum. Oh,
She can shout quite loud when she needs to.
I want to give her a hug now.
Oh, it's only because she's half asleep.
No.
And she's not had a drink of tea for a while, so.
Poor mum. Oh,
She's quite vocal when she doesn't want to get up in the morning. Don't worry
I
about
can
her.
imagine. You get the full Catherine take now. Fuck off.
Yeah, all of that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not getting up. No, just do another hour.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I said he didn't love me.
Time to get up to have a cup of tea. Don't want a cup of tea. Don't like tea. Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. It sounds so much like my mum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they all go through that, mate.
All right. Oh, ping.
They do. They revert back to child mode, don't they? It's quite funny.
Well, it's also a pain in the arse, but yeah.
Yeah, but I love it when my mum starts getting a little bit Tourettesy.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like, don't encourage your nan, but we all do it. You know what I mean? It's like, she will go off on one of her rants. Of course,
Don't encourage your nan,
love it. Yeah.
but encourage your nan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, we call her Nan because of Catherine Tate. That's who she is.
Bless her.
You know,
Bless her.
she's
I'm
that
gonna have to use
typical.
super
The
glue on this.
builders come in and, you know, they'll say, do you want to smooth her up? Nah, don't worry. She goes with her hyacinth bouquet voice, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And they go out and they go, look at the state they left my house in, the scuzzy gits, she goes, you know. Lazy bastards. I've got to clean up after them. It's like, Mum, they just asked you. And then the phone will ring, it'll be, hello.
Hello. Wilmington 2424.
Yeah, and it's like, oh good, Hyacinth's back. And then she flicks you the bird while she's on the phone trying to be all posh.
Oh, yeah.
Like, don't ever change, Mum.
Oh, we give it, Mama Fox and I give each other the V's as a greeting.
Yeah.
Which was hilarious in hospital because, like, first time I saw her when she first went in, it was like first time I seen her, walked in and gave her the V's, and she gave them back, and the nurses were like,
Oh yeah, we was round there. We was leaving. It was election year, and literally as we went round the corner, we saw a group of canvassers.
Yep.
So we said, go and knock at number, yeah.
Yep.
Because she's a floating voter and she's going to want to hear what you've got to say. She's, how do you know that? Well, she's me mum and she don't know which way to vote. So, of course, they go frog marching down to her house. And as we're getting in the car, you can hear this voice pipe up, "Are you lot can you know? It's like, yeah, good girl.
good girl.
Good girl, mum. Go and get your handbag. It's giant haystacks. Oh,
cruel you are. You're cruel, making those poor rubbish politicians suffer like that.
Yeah, but wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, yeah.
If you had the chance to send them to Mama Fox when she's having one of her days, yeah.
Well, no, she wouldn't do that. She'd just be too polite.
Really?
Well, she wouldn't even hear the doorbell.
Wow.
But I've just snapped my drill bit.
No.
Oh, super glued my drill bit into my super glue.
That could only happen to you.
Yeah. Look at that.
So special, isn't he?
Well, I need to kind of clear the tube out when I get the glue out, but it's just stuck now, so I'm just going to have to break the end off.
Retro says, I guess I've worked for big evil corps, small businesses, and have been very successful before my last educational upgrade. Not sure I want to work making someone else richer anymore. No, go live the dream, mate. At the end of the day, mate.
Be living the dream.
At the end of the day, mate, if this is going to enable you to move on to bigger and better things and success, have at it, mate.
Or just pay the bills.
Yeah.
It means you can pay the bills, that's the main thing.
Absolutely.
Kind of all that really matters.
Like anything, no amount of money can bring you happiness. All right.
I'd like to try.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to change, if that makes sense. You know, if I had Elon Musk's money, would I become as much of a as he is? You know, that's...
No. I always say that the people that say no amount of money will bring you happiness are the kind of people that don't have no amount of money.
Yeah, I freely admit it. I'm skint, but I'd shit myself if I had 43 billion quid. Because
I'd be more than happy.
No, seriously, I have an appreciation of everything I buy. Would I want to be that footballer that sits lighting cigars with £50 notes? No.
Well, you're not wrong. But
Yeah, no.
I think I could be very, very happy with $43 billion.
It would frighten me.
I may not appreciate things as much, but you know what?
It's an
I'd have
obscene,
$43 billion.
It's an obscene amount of money for one individual to have. Good luck to him, he's earned it and all of that lot. But it is still an obscene amount of money for one individual, isn't it?
Yeah, but I still would. I don't hold to the money never ends well, because I'm sure it does for some people.
Each to their own, mate. You're entitled to your opinion.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'd be more than happy if you gave me a whole mess of money.
Personally, I wouldn't want to change my inner value. And I think having that sort of money, would that change that about my makeup? I don't know. But the thought of that does bother me.
No, this is completely understandable. It's one of those things that, unless it happens to you, you're not going to know really, are you, anyway. But I'd like to think that I'd be exactly the same. I wouldn't have to worry about anything.
I mean, H does the postcode lottery and that, you know, and it's not good luck to you, but I did it a couple of times, the lottery, but I just got myself so wound up with it, I just thought, nah, sod it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I would build a bunker under the back garden. Abso-freaking-lutely. I'd have a secret underground bunker.
Yeah, Colin Furs, absolutely. I don't know if you've ever watched his channel, but yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I would have an underground bunker, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, underground bunker. He's done the tunnel system as well now. That's mint. I love that.
Purely for the fact that you could end up with you could have it Ooh, it's a bit windy out there. You could have a completely soundproof place to have really loud, like video games, or I could set up a recording studio.
Yeah.
Could make as much noise as you want, and nobody would care.
Yeah. Oh, I'm being corrected by Paul Lewis now. Elon Musk doesn't have 43 billion. He's got in excess of 300. Oh well, still an obscene amount of money. Is it Bill Gates that's got 43 billion? Oh, one of them has. Still an obscene amount of money, mate.
It's an obscene amount of money, unless I had that kind of money, in which case it'd be a perfectly acceptable amount of money.
Oh, no. I mean, if you won the lottery, would you want to be in the paper holding your cheque, or would you want to remain anonymous? I'd have to remain anonymous.
I'd remain anonymous. People that go public with it, they're clearly morons.
Yeah,
because you
don't
want people to know that you've got that money, because you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't want that.
No. That would be the height of stupidity to make it public.
James says there's a level of comfort that dollars can provide, and it does eliminate a large amount of worry and stress. Having good friends and family is key to having a rich life. Here. It's one of them, isn't it? It's
if I I wouldn't need billions of dollars, but if I had enough money that I knew I'd never have to worry about paying the bills ever again, I could get this house done up to a normal modern standard, I'd be happy. And then, I could always, if I knew I could pay the bills and never have to go and get a job for the rest of my life, that's all I ask. If I can afford to live like I am now and never have to go and get a job.
Financially secure, but not $300 billion or whatever.
No. Yeah. Look, there you go. Little bit of plastic card holding that big stabity on his back now.
Oh, I'm impressed.
Because he's got a big circle metal plate on his back, so I thought, well, it's not just going to be like a magic magnetic knife that just happens. No, he's got a leather strap.
Do you know, the more I do streams with you, the more impressed you're making me, mate.
What I need to do now is make a little buckle for it. But it's not going to be anything fancy. In my world, a buckle is literally a tiny little square of flat plastic, because, I'm not that good.
Yeah,
but you know what I do?
Enough.
Do you know what I do, though? I make the little bit of leather that sticks out the side of it as well.
Oh, do you really?
Because what I do is, you can't really see it, but I get my little strip, and I snip off a square to be the buckle, and the bit next to it, I cut it, but I put a curve on the end, and then I bend it up.
Yeah.
So I have a little buckle there. Make a little buckle. It's not like a detail, it's literally a square of plastic card. It's not very exciting. Yeah. And then I cut the end off, so it's slightly rounded.
So if Fox won the lottery, I think he'd buy Ford's World.
Abso-fripping-lutely. I'd buy Games Workshop.
Thing is, why doesn't that surprise me?
How much is your company worth? 50 million. Brilliant, there's 70. Shut up.
I can imagine you going, right, no one can buy anything because it's all mine, all of it.
All mine now, Dave, all mine.
All of this is mine. Warhammer World, all of that lot, it's all mine.
Yeah. Also, please can I drive... Oh, you twat bucket.
He wouldn't say that, but yeah.
No, the plastic card strip just snapped.
Oh, no.
For no real reason. As soon as I put glue to it, it just broke. That's a bit of an arse.
Nothing,
I've got rid of
nothing likes you today, does it, mate?
Got rid of my super glue now. Flange. I don't know if it'll stay in position long enough with the glue, but we'll give it a go. Oh! Must have been stressed. I don't want to get more super glue out, but I'm going to have to now, aren't I? Flange magnets.
It's laughing at you now, mate.
Yes, it's... And I had to make my hole bigger and everything. Maybe that's the trick to super glue bottles, is to just make the hole, cut the little nozzle right down at the bottom, so it's a dirty great big hole.
Yeah, Paul says it's an obscene amount of money. Unless I have that obscene amount of money, then it's fine, thanks very much. And I'll be building my secret bunker under Fox's. Yeah, Dr. Evil's Island.
Yep.
Tracy Island. Moonbase Alpha.
Moonbase Alpha. Oh.
Or you could buy DS9 with Intendant Kira and wrinkles. A wrinkly nose.
I'd have a personal assistant. I'd say, right, your task now is to go and find every single filming miniature from Star Trek and Star Wars and make sure I acquire them.
Yeah.
Whoever's bought them and got them, I don't care. They're mine now, Dave.
Yeah.
They belong to me. They belong to me. Acquire them now, you Schwein. Schweinhund.
Oh, good factoid. Retro Rabbit says rumours are about that Forge World is transitioning away from resin and their bespoke creations may soon be made in plastic and sold by GW Retail.
Yeah, that's been around for a while though.
Hasn't that been around as long as they might change their bottles?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, for anybody that doesn't know, Forge World is actually owned by, it's part of Games Workshop. It's like a sister company.
Yeah.
So they operate independently of each other, but they are both owned by the same company. But it's been that kind of rumour's been around for a while, that they've been thinking of transitioning it all to plastic. But the truth is that Forge World does make money. It's profitable. You know, people, they don't spend a lot of people, not a lot of people buy big massive Titans, but those that want the big massive Titans, it's cheaper for them to make small runs in resin than it is to make big runs in plastic. I don't know.
Tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's not like it's a loss maker. It's not making a loss. They have extended the factory in recent years to make more plastic, so they can make more kits. But I mean, you know, they have started doing some of the Horus Heresy stuff, so you can't ignore that. But by the same token, I don't know. There've always been rumours about that. So.
Retro says, who remembers the Bolter shell paint pots with the screw-on caps that dried out before they were put on the store shelf? I think I might still have a couple of them in one of the drawers in my hobby zone.
I think I've got one somewhere. Somebody sent me a load.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was that sent me a load of paints last year, I think, or the year before.
Yeah.
And there were some of the old, but unfortunately all the old ones were like completely dried out and gone. They were beyond help. Right, I've glued on my buckle. I've repaired the damage. I'm just gluing on my little extra bit of strap now. It's always good to have a little extra bit of strap.
Yeah, got to have a bit of strappage.
So I don't know, because I mean, I don't really know. It depends what role Forge will really play. It's like they're the expensive luxury resin end of the market, I suppose. I don't know if you'll see this. I'll zoom in so you can see. I'll show you what I've done. But I don't know if they'd want to give that up. It's like having a car manufacturer that does regular cars and sport and luxury supercars, but giving up the supercar end of it. See if I can focus.
Oh yeah, I'm impressed, mate.
Hang on, let me see if I can focus it and be even more impressed. I've made it so you've got the little strap sticking up there.
Oh, you're good.
And you can't really see it, but there's a buckle here. You just can't see it because it's all just white.
Yeah.
But there is a little buckle there.
It's good, isn't it?
I'll put a little bolt in the middle of it so it looks like a buckle rather than just a random square.
See, I'm so impressed, mate.
Now, if I was talented, I'd actually make a proper buckle with the bit round the edge and the strap
You'd
going
have
through
done.
it. But
You'd have done that out of proper brass photo etch and everything, wouldn't you?
I would have actually dug the brass out of the ground myself. But what I will do is take one of Wendy's awesome hex bolts.
Yes, use that.
In the middle of it, so it looks at least like a square, because it does look a bit like a square, and it does stick up a little bit. A little bit, maybe. I don't know. I'm making this up now as I go along. I don't know what I'm doing. So I don't know. I mean, I think it would be awesome if they did, but I don't think they will, because I'm not sure if things like Titans is something they can put into plastic without charging like you know, it costs you £1,000 odd pound. If you want to buy like a Warhound Titan, all told, you're paying about 1,500 quid. Now, if you make that in plastic, is that going to be cheaper? Or is it going to cost the consumer more? And given the price, you know, they make them in resin, but they've only sold about... I remember reading somewhere, somebody got one recently, and it was like, it was number 200 and something.
Yeah.
So it's like, are you telling me that they've only ever sold... This is like, not, this isn't the Warhound Titan, this is the big, massive Titan they do, the massive one.
Yeah.
It's like they only have ever made 300... Oh, no, it was the that big Tau ship.
Yeah, I know the
flying
one,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like number 200 and something. It's like they've only sold 200 of them, but they cost 1,500 quid. So it's like, not everybody's going to... If they made it in plastic, even if it was the same price, would they only sell a few of them? And if that's the case, they've spent... You know, they might have spent hundreds of thousands of pounds making the moulds to make a plastic Titan.
Yeah.
And then they sell a couple of hundred.
Yeah. Serious amount of investment, isn't it?
Yeah, for something they might only sell a few of. Well, for things like tanks and figures and stuff, it might make sense. But for the big things, the big ticket items, would it really be worth it for them to do that? I don't know. I mean, I'd love a plastic Warhound Titan, because I'd love a Warhound Titan, but I just don't want to make the resin one. Because who doesn't want a Titan with a dog's face? Come on.
Serious amount of money, but like you say, if someone's that seriously into their gaming, they're going to buy it.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, because
I mean, they do sell them.
That's their thing, isn't it? You know, at the end
Yeah,
of the day.
they do sell them, and people do buy them. It's just, you know... I'm giving this guy a load of bullets on his belt, but they're hanging down like a tail, but that's for the reasons I've decided. For the very good reasons.
All the reasons are valid.
Yep. They're valid because I made them up in my brain. Also, they're covering up a dirty great big gap on his arse.
At the end of the day, they're all valid reasons, mate. I stand by your reasons.
Mm-hmm. Anything that covers up his butt and the dirty great gap in his arse,
yeah,
is a valid reason. I mean, that is the thing that people often forget, is when you're making a plastic model kit, is the cost of making the tools.
Yeah.
As in the mould that the model is made from. You know, a single I don't know what they make them out of, whether they're steel, they're probably stainless steel. But a single stainless steel die, as in, you know, the big block of metal that they pour the plastic into.
Yeah.
A single stainless steel, assuming it might be brass, they can be bronze or brass sometimes, but one of those can be like tens or hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Yes.
To make and design and make and actually have. I've said it before, but I was watching a thing about fine moulds where they were making a 1350 model of a battleship.
Yeah.
And it was like a documentary. This is about like mid-2000s. Said, and here we are. You can see this is the mould or the tool for one half of the hull. And it's like a two-piece hull, so one half of the hull.
Yeah.
And they said, how much is that tool worth? And they said about $300,000.
Yeah.
That's for one single mould for one piece of plastic.
Yeah.
So,
well, you look at Bandai with their slide mold technology and that.
Oh,
it's just
God.
Unbelievable, the investment that they made just in them.
But they know they're going to sell bajillions of things. So.
Absolutely.
I mean, if you would say, if Games Workshop were like, right, we're going to take all the Forge World models and we're going to make them all in plastic, that's like millions and millions of pounds worth of tool making.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you going to sell them? Are you going to sell them?
I am sure they will sell a few.
Yeah, but for the really big stuff, it probably makes more sense to keep them in resin until there's no longer possible to make any more moulds from the master mould. I don't know.
Well, this is it. You know, the master mould itself is going to cost, you know, I don't know, a couple of $100,000 to make.
Well, Rabbit's just put a thing in saying he's had tools moulds made for products he designed for companies, and each one was $30,000.
Yeah. So, you know,
yeah, they're not cheap.
If they're going to be investing that anyway, is it a good time to transition then and say, well, make the mould for plastic? Who knows?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It could be, if it's like for, say, plastic Death Corps or some Space Marines or something like that. But if it's for something like a Night Titan that's going to cost them $1,500, they're going to sell for like 1,500 quid.
Yeah.
There's a you know, a couple of $100,000 worth of moulds, of tools going to actually be a good investment for something they may only sell a few hundred of in its entire lifetime?
Exactly.
I don't know.
They're going to want a return on the investment. That's business at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, if they could, say, do like a Warhound Titan, and they could sell it for, say, the same cost as a bit more than, say, an Orc Stomper, so maybe like 120 quid, because you could simplify it down, then you could probably get away with that. But if it's going to be as big and massive and complex as, say, the resin one, that's going to be more than 120 quid to buy if they made one.
Oh, yeah.
La 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 la. Where are we? Okay, we've done that one. Who remembers frog model kit, says Paul Lewis.
Name rings a bell, but I can't specifically remember.
They were like real 60s and 70s. I think I have in my youth, very, very youthy youth, built a frog model kit of a plane of something.
Yeah.
Like I'm talking in like the mid 70s when I was like 5 or 6 years old. Rabbit says, only sold 200 something of the Tau Mantas, totally warped and won't fit to give that hammer and a saw. Gee, I wonder why. That's the problem with that Tau Manta. They've pushed resin too far, I think, for that.
Yeah.
You're always going to have like warping issues with resin and stuff like that, and fit issues. And with the Forge World kits, what you sometimes find is, with the older kits, they have different molds for different parts. So you have the master mold. You have the master thing they've built. It's the master mold is the first mold ever taken of the actual model, and that never gets used for production. That's just kept in safe in a safe somewhere. Then they have the production molds, and if I remember rightly, Forge will have a spin mold where it's like a rotating thing that rotates really fast and spins the resin out. But they may have a kit may involve like 3 different molds for all the parts. And if one of the molds gets damaged or wears out, they'll have to replace it. But then you might have 2 molds, 2 first generation molds and 1 second generation mold to make all the parts for one kit. But there's no guarantee that all the parts from the first generation molds will be exactly the same size as the parts from the second generation mold. They may be the second generation mold may make things slightly bigger or slightly smaller. Yeah. Because there's always shrinkage. So what you sometimes find is you get 2 parts from a Forge Wheel kit where one of the parts just doesn't seem to fit because it's either a little bit too big or a little bit too small. Yeah. And it's because you're mixing different generations of molds in one kit. But that's resin. That's the downside of resin manufacturing. You're never gonna
though, isn't it, as well? I mean, we knew that when we bought our grot tanks. You know, there's gonna be work to get it to fit. We know that before we buy it.
Yeah, you can't buy any resin kit without expecting some amount of work. The difficulty is that resin model making or resin model kits, resin models are the purview of garage companies and small manufacturers. That's why a lot of companies are little tiny companies that make like 500 issues of a kit and that's it. Yeah. They'll make a model of a figure or a spaceship or something in resin, like some of the the well-known resin. The people that make you feel the resin World War One busts and things like that.
Yeah, used to get the white metal and resin motorbike kits and things like that.
But the manufacturers now, most of the people that do resin nowadays are people that do short runs of 200 or 300 kits, and that's it, done. Yeah. Yeah. Once they've made 300 of them, that's it. The molds are thrown away and destroyed. They're never made again. Yeah. A lot of garage kits and small kits, which is why I hate people that do remolds because it's taking food off people's tables. But the problem with Forge World is they've taken that small batch process, which is designed for making a few hundred, and they've industrialized it to make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds over years and years and years, and it's pushing the limits of what resin can do. Yeah, that they're using resin but in the kind of numbers that you'd expect from injection moulding.
They're exhausting its capability, aren't
they? Yeah, and especially with things like the Tau Manta, they're pushing it too far. You can't have components that big on those kind of moulds. It's just it really is pushing it right to the limit.
This is it. The resin weighs too much in its semi-liquid state. It's going to warp as it dries because its sheer weight is just going to make it give in all the wrong places,
And the bigger the components, the bigger and heavier the parts, when you're taking them out of the mould, small parts will have cured quite quickly and cooled down. You get them out of the mould, they're nice and straight. Big parts, they're going to still be a little bit squishy inside. They are prone to warping or even as you pull them out of the mould. If you bend it a bit, it's not fully cooled. Yeah, it's going to bend. So that's why, you know, I've not had any major bad experiences with Forge World, but I've never built anything bigger than a tank.
No, I mean, my first experience with it is going to be the little resin bike that Wendy got me. Yeah. You know, and I'm going to build that, and we've got the grot tanks to do. So, yeah, you know, that's going to be my first foray into Forge World. I know what to expect, and I'm still looking forward to it.
But I mean, that's why, you know, I've built my tanks, and I've got the Squiggles, but the Squiggles one massive dirty great block, and it's got like 3 pieces. Yeah. So, and it's orc, so if nothing quite fits, I can cobble it together. It's not a problem. But that's why I keep saying, you know, I'd love to do a Warhound Titan. Yeah. But I also wouldn't love to build one because it's resin, and those big pieces, that's really on the cusp of practicality. Yeah. And that's really more work than I would ever want to put in pinning things together. So that things like the Titans is just getting towards the point of you're kind of pushing it a bit too far now.
It's got its limits at the end of the day, innit, resin? Yeah. You know? Yeah. It's going to reach its maximum potential. Well, I think it already has, if I'm honest. But
oh, it absolutely has. I mean, you know, there is no valid reason for Forge World to actually exist. No. Because pretty much most of what they could do in plastic. Yes. It's just they at this point, is it really worth, for some of the big things, is it really even remotely worth it?
To them, I think it is, yeah.
Well, yeah, for the small things, figures and vehicles, yeah, but not for the big stuff, I don't think. Because they won't sell that many of them.
Especially at the moment, as people's disposable income is dropping.
Yeah. And, you know, how many Titans, I mean, there's 2 things that put people off buying a big, like, Titan, like a Warhound Titan or the Emperor Titan, things like, not the Emperor Titan. What are the Titans? There's the Warhound Titan and there's the slightly bigger one that I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, yeah, the 2 things that put people off building them are A, it costs 1,500 quid, and B, it's resin and that's really hard to build. Yeah, you can't go in, you can't be some chud who just builds the occasional plastic kit and expect to be able to build it. Then a third consideration slightly is how many people, even if they bought it, would even be able to play it in a game. How many people often play games where they of like 10,000 points or 5,000 points where you could field a Titan and not just ruin the game for everybody else?
Well, so, this is it. It's playability, isn't it? I mean, we don't play the game, so, you know, if I ever invested that sort of money into something like that, I wouldn't play it on the gaming table anyway. But
no, but I mean, if somebody plays regularly, but all they ever play is at the local friendly game store, yeah, their local FLGS, and they play a 2,000 point game, and it's like your friend's got a couple of Lehman Russes, yeah, and an infantry brigade, and you turn up with a dirty great Warhound Titan. That's going to be no fun at all.
Yeah, that's like you having your Lehman Russ and me turning up with Insane Blade. It's like
it's just not going to happen, is it? So I don't know. It would be interesting to know how many of things like the Titan, the big expensive Titans, they've actually ever sold. Because they clearly sell enough. I mean, they did the Orc Stomper, and that's basically like an Imperial Knight. That's like a big Imperial Knight. You know, and they brought the Baneblade into plastic, but then they kind of figured there's nothing in plastic equivalent to that, so they can probably sell a lot of those, and they did, and that's why the Baneblade's so successful, because it's not too ridiculously expensive. Once they started selling kits towards 90, 100 quid, Lords of War kind of level, they were like, yeah, we can sell a Baneblade, but it's bigger than that.
Well, I mean, the Baneblade was for a number of years folks' Grail kit, wasn't it?
Yeah,
because,
but I suppose that,
you know, it is a beautiful piece.
Oh yeah, but it was always, for a long time, it was Forge World only. Yeah. And it was full resin, but then in plastic you started seeing other Lords of War, like you started seeing, you know, some of the big character models you get, like Mortarion or Archaon the Everchosen, all these, you know, these big beautiful characters that are like a couple of foot tall, and they're all beautiful, like the big dragony ones and stuff. Yeah. And they're about 80, 90 quid. And the Baneblade is a Lord of War unit, so it's like, Okay, so they probably thought, well, we can probably do it and sell it for about 80, 90 quid. So there's no reason not to have that in plastic. Because it would be the Astra Militarum version of everybody else's Lords of War. So they can justify that. But like a big, massive Night Titan, there's nothing else on the table at the moment in plastic like that that would be a similar price. So I don't know. It depends what they're selling. I personally would love to see all their stuff go to plastic because I don't like working in resin, if I'm honest. It's far too complicated and stressful. Edward says, I'm a tool maker and they can't make metal moulds for their big items. It wouldn't be financially beneficial.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. You've got to look at the cost of the tools. And again, if you don't know what a tool is the mould. I'm going to try it one more time.
Yeah, that's a bit more better, mate.
That's a bit more better, isn't it?
Yeah.
The tool is the mould. The big steel or brass, whatever it is, bronze mould. And that's the thing. They're not cheap.
Good
And
God,
if they,
no.
oh, good God, that smells like real death. And if you open up the Baneblade box and there are 8 or 9 sprues, that could be 8 different tools, or it could be 2 sprues on one tool.
Yeah.
So it's like 4 different. So that could be, if they're like 50 or 60 grand each for that tool, and you're looking at a kit that needs 9 or 10 or 11 sprues, they've got to weigh up the factors. And if they're not going to sell a lot of them, they knew they'd sell a lot of Baneblades because people are going to buy them. Who isn't? But for things like a big, massive Titan, they're not. They probably wouldn't sell that many in plastic, even if they made them, because they'd be like. They probably would still be about 1,500 quid. Well, maybe I probably guess they'd be several £100.
Oh, easy. Yeah.
Because I mean, you get companies that make expensive models like the Bandai Millennium Falcon, or you get the Mong 1/12 scale Ford GT40 and things like that. The big expensive Dora and stuff like that. But they know they're going to sell them. But for a tabletop game, I don't know.
Yeah, it's always been. I mean, it's always had its own little niche, innit? I mean, this is where when I first started listening to you about Warhammer, I had tabletop gaming as its own little unique niche. When at the end of the day, it's still a plastic model. At the end of the day,
it's just you
it's
can play it as a game. Where you can.
It's just the subject matter is different, and unlike a Revell aeroplane, you can go and take this to a gaming table and play it. That's the only difference.
I think that's something that's become apparent over the last sort of 5 to 10 years is tabletop gaming miniatures have moved from a tabletop gaming thing that model makers wouldn't have even known about, and they've become, as well as that, they've started moving into just a model making thing. So model makers who have no interest in tabletop gaming are seeing them as
well, this is it. I mean, someone like me that can, come up with Insane Blade and the Battle Wagon, and things like that.
Yeah.
You can add your own little scratch-built items to it, but also I'm able to express my slightly quirky personality into the subject matter without fear of not being able to play it, because I don't intend to play it, so it gives me a freedom almost.
Yeah, but I think miniatures have moved out of the unrealistic and silly little tabletop tokens realm and into the actual high quality plastic models. That's where modelers have started to look at them and see them as just another type of model.
Oh, absolutely.
If you go back 10 years, most of them were just crappy little things that were more like game tokens. So.
You look at folks like Duncan and Cy Reynolds that can paint these things to a whole new level. Yeah, you get it, because it's a very complex and highly skilled thing to be able to do. To paint a 20mm tall figure in that sort of hyper-realistic detail, I think, is artistic, and does take it to a whole new level, But chuds like us that are just sort of painting them for the sake of having something to paint, we could still enjoy that as well. It's not too elitist, is it?
No, not at all. Quick one. Rabbit says, a good number of the treads on my Vanquisher are badly warped, a few are broken. Wasn't too happy about it when I opened the box. I'm likely going to have to quick cast some good treads to replace the bad. if there's lots of, I mean, when I got mine, the treads were slightly bowed in the middle, but I just accepted that. But yeah, if a lot of them are broken and snapped, because some of the edges of those tracks are quite delicate, if it's really bad, you can contact Forge World and they'll send you replacements.
Yeah.
Forge World are really, really good for the most part, and most of the time on replacements. So if they're really bad and it's beyond you actually fixing them, then just let them know.
Yeah, just take a picture of the damage, etc., etc. Be polite to them, you know, and let them know, and I'm sure they'll look after you, mate.
Take a picture of the problem and a picture of your receipt.
Yes.
If it's a paper receipt or whatever, if they send one, or, you know, whatever, copy the email in.
Yeah.
And just let them know, and a lot of the times they will just send replacements. If they think it's not something fixable.
Absolutely.
Don't tell them you can quick cast replacements, because they'll just say, oh, do that then.
Yeah.
Where are we? Oh, but it's sad to hear that, though. I got away with mine. It was, I say that if I looked at the tracks, the actual tracks themselves, they weren't. If you look at them from the front, they're not exactly flat. They're slightly bowed in the middle, all the way down. But I'm like, nah, I can live with it. It was only very, very mild. We had a good question from Paul Lewis. Here's a serious mode, Cole.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Have you got your thinking trousers on? It says, serious question. Plastic is slowly becoming outlawed around the world. How do we think this will impact our hobby? And will 3D download and print become the norm?
No, I don't think it will. I don't think you could ever replace a model kit with 3D printing, because having got resin printers myself and filament printers, it's time. You know, to print a really highly detailed piece takes a lot of hours, a lot of resin, and I think Edward mentions it further down. You know, you're relying on ordinary folk to dispose of any leftover resin consumables safely for the environment. And I think the more widespread it becomes, are people going to relax and suddenly, you know, they're just pouring resin down the kitchen sink? That's, you know. So I don't think it'll ever replace plastic. I think the price of model kits, I am sure they'll end up trying to get more money out of us by taxing them because they're single-use plastic. But something like PLA is biodegradable, allegedly, or it's made from, you know, sustainable stuff. I think it's corn oil or something like that. Could they end up making model kits out of PLA? They might look at that. If that's the case, I think it'll continue. I think they need to look at the core plastics that are used to make the model kits, and perhaps they'll choose, again, biodegradable substances instead. That's what I'm thinking. But
yeah, I have no experience 3D printing.
Yeah,
so I can't say I have a specific amount of knowledge on that. But what I would say is, until 3D printing becomes as simple as hooking, well, right nowadays you can buy a printer, connect it to a normal printer, you know, like a document printer. You can buy a document printer, connect it to your computer and print out documents. There you go, done, 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 bang, whatever. Until 3D printing becomes as easy as buy the machine from the shop, plug it in, print something out, done. And also becomes as precise and crisp and accurate and fine as 3D injection, as plastic injection molding, then, and also becomes dirt cheap, then no, it's not going to take over. But you have to get it to the point, for anything to be successful, it has to get to the point where any old schmuck can plug it in, turn it on and print something out.
Yeah.
Right now, you kind of can't do that. You kind of have to know what you're doing. I'm not going to get 3D printed because I'm a schmuck and I hate the experience. But when it becomes plug and play, and when it becomes as fine quality as injection molding, then maybe. But until then, no, it's always going to be a niche thing, because for a lot of people, you've got hours of farting around to make your 3D print thing, or you can just buy the kit from the manufacturer. There you go. But in terms of, that's just my opinion though, in terms of the future, I differ from Colin's viewpoint a bit. I think 3D printing will get better and better and better and will become more and more mainstream and cheaper. Whether it will ever get to the same level of quality as plastic injection, I don't think so, because it's just a whole mechanically different way of doing things. I don't think that kind of printing will ever get as accurate as injecting plastic into a solid steel or brass
I can
mold
see
with crisp
Forge
edges.
World or someone like that looking at paid STL files for people to print themselves.
Yeah.
But again, you know, I would slightly disagree with your plug and play bit, because with the modern machinery now, I mean, the Mars Pro that I've got is relatively plug and play. The only thing you have to do is read the bloody manual and calibrate your printer, but that's where people fall down, because a lot of people don't take into account, you know, all right, you might have a failed print. Well, why is it failed? Is there enough supports on it? Have you not? You know, most of it is user error, let's be honest.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, until you get to the point where you've not even got that to worry about.
The machinery itself, but I mean, you could say that about an inkjet printer. If you put the wrong cartridges in, it ain't going to work, is it? So, it's one of them, but the technology has got better, but it's still that end user problem of disposing of hazardous materials and things like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I hope it doesn't get too mainstream, because not everyone is as conscientious as us, where we'll sit there and go, I've got a load of congealed resin or IPA that's contaminated. Oh, I'll pour it down the drain. Yeah, you don't, you know, you safe disposal at the end of the day, innit? You know?
I mean, to add to that as well, I mean, I tend to agree that I think as 3D printing gets more simplified and gets better quality as time goes on, I think kit manufacturers will start to embrace it more.
Yes.
And like Colin suggested, I think what we'll see at some point in the future is that some kit manufacturers will say, right, you can buy this kit from us as a kit in a box like you normally do. It's plastic injection moulded, incredibly good quality. There you go. It's $59.99 for this kit. Or you can download an STL file for your 3D printer, which will be as good quality as your 3D printer is. So if it's a potato printer, it's going to be potato quality, and it'll cost you 20 quid. Also, you don't have the rights to it, so you can print it and you can't sell it.
I mean, I'll throw one in the hat for you. Prime example this, and I think a lot of the car and the bike builders will get where I'm coming from, and probably aircraft builders as well, is resin aftermarket. It's companies like Edward or Tamiya or anyone else that makes detail upsets, where you can go and buy a detail upset where you get, I don't know, resin brake calipers or resin manifolds or resin rocker covers that are highly detailed. Instead of them making that themselves and selling it as a detail upset, someone like Tamiya or Edward could say, well, if you want this detail upset, we'll do the photo etch part of it and ship that to you. If you want the resin parts, we can also offer you an STL for this price, or you buy the resin from us at this price.
Yeah, it's just
there's an
embracing
option
the
there.
technology.
You know, I think there's a business opportunity there where I certainly would look at it and go, well, why pay the 20 quid for the resin detail? I'll pay the £5 for the STL file. I've got it then. Print your own, because I've dialed in my resin printer to the point where it's pretty much as good as. So,
well, this is what I've said before, and some people have shot me down when I've said this, but I think if I was a manufacturer, let's say I was, it doesn't matter, it was Games Workshop or Airfix or anybody, just a manufacturer. I'm in business to make money. And let's say 3D printing becomes not necessarily mainstream and not necessarily as good quality as plastic injection moulding, but let's say it becomes good enough.
Yeah.
As a manufacturer, I know I have model kit A to sell. And I know that I will sell...
Whilst Fox is gone, I get that, Edward. I do with my IPA, mate. I let it all settle. I then put it on a windowsill and cure any of the resin. And then if the resin's settled on the bottom, you end up with a nice little brick of congealed resin that's cured, and then I bung it in the wash and cure station and properly cure it, and then dispose of it. You know, so. Yeah. But yeah, sorry, mate. I was just killing time till you got back.
Yeah, so I'm a manufacturer, and I release a model kit for something.
Yeah.
Let's say in the days before, right now with the way 3D printers are now, I'm a model manufacturer. I make a model of something, I release it, I sell it for £50.
Yeah.
And I know I will sell 1 million units.
Yeah.
And I also know that in today's environment, I know that somebody's going to make a copy of it somehow and stick it on as a downloadable STL file.
Of course they are.
And I'll just find them and kill them. But I know I'll still sell 1 million units.
Yeah.
Because, you know, a few people might do that. However, but that's no different to, say, companies that make resin models knowing that somebody's going to do a recast. Anyway, however, once 3D printing becomes more mainstream, what they'll start to do is say, I've released this model, I'm going to sell 1 million units, but there's also like people out there who might buy a 3D printable version of it for half the price, because I could either ignore 3D printers altogether and accept that 10,000 people might download a bootleg 3D printable version of my model.
Yeah.
Or why not just embrace that and actually release it here? My own. Why not release it as that, and therefore I make money from them as well? So I sell 1 million issues of this model kit plus 100,000 of the 3D printable ones that I wouldn't have made money on before.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like if 3D printing gets to that point where it's good enough, then any manufacturer who has half a brain and wants to make some money would not turn away the people that would pay for a 3D printable version of that model kit.
Absolutely.
Why have just the plastic injection molded kit and that's it? And somebody says to me, can you release it as a 3D printable file? No, I don't want your money.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. So I think eventually that's what will happen. I think they'll embrace it. I don't think anybody... You might get companies popping up that are exclusively 3D printed. I think as 3D printing gets better, more companies will sprout up that just do 3D printing. I mean, I know now you get little companies and people that do stuff that you can print off, like, you know, shapeways and stuff. I think right now you've got Bob Smith, who did a few cool designs on shapeways and sells them for a couple of quid each. I think when it gets good enough, you'll have Bob's Model Company, who exclusively makes expensive model kits in 3D printing and occasionally gets some licensing deal for Star Wars or something like that, and they become mainstream.
Yeah.
But then you start to get the plastic injection companies that start to embrace that and go plastic injection and 3D printed, because they're not going to turn down that extra revenue stream.
No.
It'd be crazy to do that. It would be absolutely insane to do that.
I can certainly see it starting with aftermarket detail upsets. You know, you can get detail up parts that you can print in resin on your 3D printer for 5-10 quid. People are going to go, do you know something? I fancy doing that really super sexy set of high-end resin exhausts for my Formula One car. I'll buy that.
Or it might be that, you know, like you say, like Tamiya releases a kit of a motorbike.
Yeah.
And they have a couple of different SKUs. They have the plastic kit. SKU number 1 is the plastic kit, and that's it, 20 quid. SKU number 2 is the plastic kit with the detail upset, that's 30 quid.
Yeah.
Or SKU number 3 is the plastic kit with a downloadable 3D printable detail, and that's 25 quid.
Yeah.
So therefore, again, they're embracing it, and they're not missing out. But right now, 3D printing is nowhere near good enough. Yes, you can get really good resin printing, but it's such a faff and a hassle to get, you know, to get to that point. If you've built the thing, you printed it out, and you've got it there, and you can build it and paint it. That for a lot of people, it's like, you know what, I'll just buy the kit. I
mean, that Death Race kit that I've done for James, there's a lot on there I wouldn't have been able to do if I didn't have my resin printer there.
Yeah.
That's where it comes into its own.
Yeah.
But that's only detail up, mate.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose right now, if you're looking at entire kits, can it even be said that it's cheaper to do the 3D print than it is to buy a kit? Like, if I get an Imperial Knight kit from Games Workshop, it's 95 quid. If I was to, how much would it cost me to 3D print an Imperial Knight kit that I found on Shapeways or something? Let's say even if the 3D STL files are free because they're illegal, somebody's just designed it in whatever, a CAD program, and released it on Shapeways for free, would it cost me less than the actual model to print it out? Assuming I might have some failures and you've got to buy the resin and everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Would it still be cheaper? I don't know. You can answer that.
Litre of resin's 30 quid. All right, if you had a fail rate, you know, all right, 2 litres of resin is probably what it'd take. That's 60 quid.
Yep.
Your time, your electric.
I mean, maybe it would be cheaper. I don't know.
It depends.
But
I say, detail up, it's viable. Full-blown, highly detailed, high-end resin, I still think casting resin yourself or buying it is probably the more viable option at the moment.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I suppose it does... Like, you might say, well, yeah, it might cost you 60 quid to 3D print your own Imperial Knight, and the kit itself costs 95 quid. It's like, okay, but then you won't have any decals.
No.
And also, of course, you're assuming that your 3D printer will quite nicely print all the little tiny, intricate details of a 3D.
Exactly.
And it's like, it might be that you have... the thing you're trying to print has such intricate little details that you have to print the whole thing like 4 times.
If the STL file quality itself, the actual mesh is shite, no matter how good a printer you've got, you're only going to print to the detail
quality of that.
And quality of that original mesh. So
But
you're reliant on that being expertly done.
Yeah, but even if your mesh was as good quality as the real thing, could, you know, it might be, I mean, again, tell me if I'm wrong because I don't know, but I would assume, let's say you've got a mesh that's as good and as detailed as the real Imperial Knight kit. They've literally redesigned it. They've somehow got the original CAD files from Games Workshop and pirated them and made them into... There are so many fine details on it, though. Would a 3D printer... Would you end up having to do the whole thing 5 or 6 times before you got anything half decent because of all the little fine details?
Well, yeah, because you'd have to dial it in, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Like, for me, I mean, you know, as you know, my answer is I don't think 3D printing will replace Forge Will, places like that, because they've got millions and millions of dollars of investment and moulds and that behind them and all of that. We've got bog standard household electric in, you know, either hot or cold man caves that our environment isn't conducive to mass producing or detail producing models of that quality.
Yeah.
Bit of a long-winded answer, but...
No, I mean, at least not without a significant amount of work. But that's the thing, I mean, that was my thing. I mean, again, I don't know, but my thinking was that for the more complex, intricate kits, big things like that, like the occasional figure, you know, it's whatever, but for big things... You're probably going to end up... I would have thought you would end up spending more on materials and everything else just to get a good-looking print, because you can have so many failures. Like, this guy's got a chainsaw sword, all the little tiny teeth on there. Would they print out? They probably would, actually. But all the... Imagine you've got, like, a big Knight Titan or something, or an Imperial Knight or something, with millions of tiny little details and filigree on it and stuff. If you wanted it absolutely looking as good as the real thing, would you end up spending more? Would it cost you... Or, you know, I was going to say, or, you know, even that, would it take you 2 weeks to keep failing and printing and failing and printing, and then by the end of it, you're like, I'm fed up with this, I'm bored of it.
Well, yeah, I was trying to answer you there, mate. I mean, for that type of print job or seriousness, you would want to invest in an industrial grade 3D printer, which you're looking at thousands.
Yeah. Not worth it, is it?
For me, for the hobbyist, I don't think it's worth it, no.
Yeah. Certainly,
It's got its place for detail up aftermarket, don't get me wrong. You know, scratch building's a prime example. You know, you could sit there trying to scratch build something, or you could resin print a facsimile of that part. Your resin printer is going to do as good a job as your scratch building.
Yeah.
Is it going to do as good a job as Games Workshop or Forge World's multi-million-dollar high investment molds?
No.
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 Sorry,
but I was going to say something then. I was going to say, the thing I was going to say was, Oh yeah, I was going to say the other thing to keep in mind as well is if 3D printing was that, because if you look at industrial 3D printing, a lot of the times it's kind of mostly prototyping.
Yes.
It's a lot of times it's used for fast prototyping. There are some other uses, but a lot of times you'll see even Bandai. If you look at some of the Bandai prototypes, sometimes they show here's the new prototype of this gunpla. It's all in grey.
Yeah.
If you look at it, sometimes you can see it's 3D printed because it's got the banding on it. You're like, that's 3D printed. Of course they do. They've shown it on video. They fast prototype to see how it looks.
Yeah.
If 3D printing was good enough, then that you'd have to say, well, if it's that good, why are there no industrial 3D printers that model manufacturers are using to make kits exclusively? Exactly. If it was that good if industrial 3D printing was good enough, there would be at least one model manufacturer who just did industrially 3D printed model kits, but they don't.
They don't, no.
Because it's just not that good. It's not good enough
Well,
yet.
for a start, you know, you can mass produce using moulds far better than you can with 3D printing. I mean, you imagine the size of the 3D print farm Bandai would need to do the Star Wars kits.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, they need thousands and thousands of resin 3D printers, and it's like, who's going to manpower to manage that?
But that is the important thing as well. A good point you've raised there. Is imagine I've got a sprue. Yeah. I've got this sprue here. Yep. With all my alt bits. It takes this long to produce it plastic injection moulding. Squirt, clamp, 10 seconds, pins, done. You're looking at about 10-15 seconds to make one sprue. So you can make thousands of them in a day. If you were 3D printing this sprue, how long would that... Even an industrial 3D printer...
Exactly.
Yeah, you're going to be taking... I don't know how long it would take, but I'm guessing it would be quite slow.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, you're not talking minutes, you're talking...
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the thing. For manufacturers wanting to make big runs, injection moulding is literally... I mean, you watch these machines, they literally go... They press the button, it goes ka-chink, boom, pink sprue comes out, ka-chink, bang. And it's like seconds, because it literally injects it all at high pressure, instantly cools it, pops it out, and loads the next one. It's like, it's insane. You watch, I don't know if you've ever watched any videos where it's like showing Lego making their stuff.
Yeah.
It's like literally the thing opens, the Lego bricks fall out, closes. 2 seconds, it opens, the Lego bricks fall out. It's like so fast.
I like watching TV shows like how it's made and that, you know.
When I was a kid.
But for me, you know, Bandai would need shed loads of employees, a massive warehouse full of printers. Yeah.
It's too slow.
And for the amount of foul prints they're going to get, they've then got the eco-responsibility of disposable. Yeah.
Yeah. I think one thing you might see going forward, and Bandai have done it a little bit, but only a little bit, and it's kind of a token gesture. I think what you might start to see is, and it depends on the limitations of the materials, but I think what you might start to see in the future years, perhaps, is more manufacturers using recycled plastic in their kits.
Yes.
Now Bandai have started doing this. They have, I think they call them black. They come when you buy it. They do like small runs of gunpla, and they come in a box that's like black box with silvery artwork or white artwork.
Yeah.
I think it's been a while since I've seen one. Or they come in an all blue box, and they're made of 100% recycled plastic.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea.
What they have in Japan is, as Bandai run this as well, especially for Bandai, what you do is when you finish building your model, they have a service where you can send the sprues back. I think Bandai do this. You can basically send all your empty sprues back and they'll recycle that plastic because it's perfectly fine plastic. It's absolutely fine to use.
Well, it's like my jar of Warhammer sprue.
Yeah.
You know, now when I did that, I can really be saying, oh, you know, what are you going to use it for? I've got to roll it out with a rolling pin, run over like a brick pattern or a cobble pattern, and that's going to be the walls and sides of little terrain buildings that are going to go on the shelf that all my Warhammers displayed on.
Exactly.
I don't throw the sprues away, I just melt them with acetone and it becomes Warhammer sprue goo on a massive scale.
Well, I say that's what Bandai are doing. They do have a service where you can send your sprues back. And because the plastic that comes, they have these little plastic pellets when you see them in the injection molding machines. They have a big hopper outside the Bandai factory. There's these massive, like 90-foot tall tubes.
Tubularity.
And they have the same thing at leg, tubularity. And they just have these pellets, and the hopper just feeds them in, and then they're pumped in and heated. And so sending the sprues back, bonus. So, I mean, they've started doing that. Whether you'll see companies saying, send your sprues back and we'll recycle, I don't think we'll do that, because nobody will ever do it. But I think what you'll see is manufacturers might start sourcing recycled plastic more. They'll start sourcing, or they'll start not throwing a lot of waste away as much as they do.
Well,
you'll see companies start to...
Classic example would be on that is your local model shop doing a sprue exchange. So you would go in and you'd say, I want that brand new Bandai AT-AT over there. And they go, yeah.
Hello, Mama Fox.
We can give you up to £5 off if you bring in a box weighing X amount of plastic sprues, because we send them for expired. So a bit like the old discount you used to get for Corona bottle tops and glass bottles. Do you remember?
The shop gives you some money for your sprues, and then they sell the sprues and plastic to the manufacturers.
Absolutely, and I think that would be a great way of saving landfill, putting the plastic back, and shredding it and reusing it, and I'm all for it. I keep all my plastic sprues, and I'll make things like tubes and rods and things like that, and sprue goo and...
Say tubes again.
Tubes.
Tubes. And let's not min... Oh, that's right. I got... Good God, these iPhone earphones have got some quite good bass on them. Oh, that made my spine go all wibbly.
I was literally 2 millimeters from the microphone.
I know, and it was like... Bums. Oh, yeah. These have got some bass on them. That made me spine sizz. But let's not forget, in a moment of somewhat terrifying reality that we can't deny, at some point we are going to run out of petroleum products. We're going to run out of oil. We're going to run out of petroleum-based products to make this crap from. So something's going to have to happen.
Absolutely.
I mean, plastic's going nowhere. We'll end up just recycling. I think eventually we'll end up recycling it all anyway, and that's the only option we'll have, because there'll be nowhere else to get oil from.
I would love to be able to walk into a model shop and say, I've got all these sprues, can you dispose of them, and it go back to making more model kits. I would love that. Even if they didn't give me the discount, if they offered the service alone, it would be...
Yep.
It would make it feel less damaging that you write a kit out, right? How many Warhammer kits have you built in a year? How many sprues have you thrown out?
Exactly.
You add that up by how many thousands of us are doing modelling. It's not just modelling, people throwing away plastic water bottles every day, aren't they? But with the model kit plastic, as we know when we make sprue goo, you can melt it back to its liquid state where it could be remoulded. Now, I think that is a massive missed opportunity. I really do.
And
it's a resource, isn't it?
Yeah, and let's not forget, now this does depend on your local recycling thing, but where I live, the only plastics that get recycled where I live are bottles. That's it. Everything else, because we've got a bin for like bottles and tins, plastic bottles and plastic tins, but stuff like plastic tubs, sprues from model kits, anything that's not a plastic bottle, just goes in the grey bin, which is just the general household waste, which just goes to landfill. It doesn't get recycled. So for all my wish to do recycling, and I do, I take great care when I put the stuff in the bins to make sure everything goes in the right bin, because I'm responsible. Unfortunately, all my plastic sprues go in the grey bin, which is household waste, which just goes in landfill. It's a waste.
My biggest bugbear, and I like
that word.
I love my 3D printing, as you know.
I do.
But I get the up. Do you know what gives me the raging up the most?
Go on.
About to show you.
Show me your hump. No, wait, that doesn't sound right. Why, does it?
Oh, why does 3D filament come on plastic spools? Because when you're done with that, you know, I've got boxes and boxes of these damn things. Now, all right, you know, there are files out there where you can have these as stackable tool drawers and things like that. And I use them for electrical wire to hold on my wire on. The bigger ones have got hose pipe on them and that. But it just frustrates me.
It could be on a heavy, thick cardstock spool, couldn't it?
Oh, yeah, because I've got twin and earth wire on a reel next to me and it's cardboard.
Yeah.
Why, oh, why can't they not use plastic?
I think you need to write to points of view.
Excuse my language, it pisses me off because I've got boxes of these because I don't want to throw them out or scrap them or bung them in landfill, because why don't the manufacturers that sell this stuff either A, use cardboard, or B, say to you, when you've done with it, we provide in the box with the filament a packet that you can send that spool back to us and we can use it to put another reel on.
Yeah.
I'd happily do that. I'd pay the postage.
Or just have the option of buying the spool, the stuff on a spool, or just in a bag, and you can put it on a spool yourself that you've already got.
I could 3D print my own spool. I haven't got to have it on a cardboard tube. I then, you know, I've got 2-piece spools that click apart, yeah? You can then put the tube with the filament on one side, slide this on the other, click, you've got it on a plastic reel.
Yeah.
I know it's a wibble, and I know it's me doing my standing on a soapbox, but that
this is a good point. There's no reason why that needs to be a big plastic
really
landfill candidate.
Because I've got a chat here tonight full of people that 3D print, and we've probably all got shitloads of these things laying around.
Yep.
Sorry, folks, my rant is over.
That's right, we both had rants tonight, it's fine. Where are we up to? I'll quickly go through chat. Rabbit says there's only like 5 broken treads between both sides, so I'll try to fix them first over having them send new parts. The good thing is if the tread's underneath, it doesn't really matter so much.
Yes.
If they're underneath, you're not going to see them. Cover them in mud, nobody will ever know.
Weather them.
Yeah, Ford will eventually fix anything, says Edward.
Yeah.
Paul Lewis says VHS players used to be really expensive, but they got cheaper and easier to use. 3D printing will get faster, cheaper, and easier to use. Technology will advance, absolutely.
Of course it
Whether
will.
it'll get, I don't think though physically it will ever be as good as injection printing, moulding printing, just because of the nature of the the mechanism used.
As 3D printing evolves, so will injection mould making, because you look at Bandai with their slide mould technology.
Yep.
You know, now you look at model kits made and moulded in the 70s and compare them to Bandai Games Workshop. So as 3D printing evolves, so will mainstream model casting. Yeah. So,
I mean, look, you know, plastic injection moulding's been around for 100 years.
Of course, so
it can still keep improving. But yeah, it's never going to get. Printing 3D either from a vat of resin or from a filament is never going to be as accurate as pouring liquid plastic into a solid metal mould. It's just not going to happen. That's why resin will never be as accurate as plastic, because it's always going to have. It's not the same. It's got rubber mould.
Yeah.
So, where are we up to? I'll have a quick look through.
Edward Leonard says his iPad's dying. He'll be watching on the television. Thanks, guys. Night, everyone.
Big telly.
Yeah. I'll put that video on in a minute then.
Edward Leonard says on eBay there's so many aftermarket parts, save for the Lancaster engines, cockpits with seatbelts, that are so much more detailed than what they get in the model kit that's selling for £30 to £50. You have to remember with any plastic model kit, because people often ask, it's like, why do people release these kits, and why did like detail up things? Why is that a thing that exists? Why can't the kit have all that in there to start with?
Yeah.
And it's because the kit's released at a set price.
Yeah. Entry-level price point, isn't it?
Well, it's not so much that. It's like they know how much it costs to make the kit. They know how much it costs to make all the tools. They know what kind of price the market will accept for that kit and that subject of kit. So it might be like it's like any product. Why does a Ferrari cost a lot more than a Lada?
Yeah.
Well, because it's two different things altogether. The same reason that why does a £20 airplane kit not come with as many parts and details as a £200 airplane kit because it's a £200 airplane kit. So there'll always be limitations with any manufacturing for plastic kits, because they say, well, we'd love to have 80 trillion parts in this kit, but at some point we need to stop with what we're doing because we need to have it sellable at a decent price. This is why, you get some of the high-end kits like the Submarine and the Titanic for £300 or £400 because they've got so much going on.
Yeah.
And there could be much more. I mean, there are accurization kits for the Titanic and for the big 135th U-boat, but they have to stop at a certain point, otherwise it becomes so expensive that they have to put a stupid price on the kit, and nobody's going to spend £1,000 on a 135th U-boat, but they might spend £500.
Absolutely. I mean, Panzer says they're Ryefield 3D print detail upsets for their kits. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But that's the thing. There'll always be a limit, because they have to say, well, we can, you could make the most accurate model on the world with so much detail, but at some point you have to stop, because otherwise you'll be making a model kit that no one wants to buy because it costs £1,000. So there'll always be detail up kits, because the manufacturers always put a limit on how expensive they want their kit to be.
Yeah.
That's a long way of saying that, but you know what I mean, don't I?
Absolutely.
It's like, you could say, well, Lada could put a Ferrari engine in all their cars, but then they'd have to charge you £300,000 for a Lada.
Exactly.
It's not
going to be that cheap, economical runaround, because...
Yeah. So, yeah, that's why you'll always get the expensive kits. Even expensive kits will still have things missing, because...
Oh, absolutely.
They've got to draw a line and say, right, enough's enough. This kit's already costing £500 to the consumer. We need to stop. Yeah. Where we're up to... I'm skimming through quickly.
Yeah. Edward Leonard says they sell all kinds of 3D printed detail up kits for models for cars, including rims for about £30 a pop. Yeah, that's a lucrative one there, where they're making resin wheels for cars and that.
Edward's saying it's not as fast as injection molding. Yeah, nothing's as fast as injection molding. Like 3D printing is like not logarithmically. What's the word I'm looking for? It's a whole.
Logistically?
No, what's the word that means like 10 times more slow? But it's I can't remember the word. Anyway, yeah, it's massive difference. Where are we up to? Rabbit says, I designed a plastic hinge device long ago that was an extruded plastic. It cost many dollars to find the exact mix of plastic so that it wouldn't break after X uses, and I read it was in the ballpark. Yeah. Edward says, Colin showed the video of Foxx in Costco. You can't, though, because you don't know if there's any copyright on that video.
Exactly. I don't know whether there's any music or anything.
No, there's no music, but the person that filmed it may have ownership of it.
Yeah.
That's the difficulty of it. Showing other people's videos, you have to be really careful. For some weird reason, we can't recycle black plastic in my part of the city, says Rabbit.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, that for me is a prime example. Filament reels. It's such a shame. Such a waste, really.
It may well be that majority of that type of plastic is a specific type of plastic that can't be recycled. Like in our glass and bottles, it says you can recycle anything that's a bottle, a plastic bottle. So a Coke bottle, plastic Coke bottle, a fruit juice plastic bottle, a shampoo bottle, anything that's a plastic bottle, but you can't recycle plastic tubs. Like a food takeaway tub, plastic tub. It's like, well, why not? Because it's a totally different kind of plastic.
Absolutely. I mean, it's bizarre. I'm holding on to mine because if it's a 3D printable type of plastic, and they end up coming out of a machine where you can crunch up your filament reels, melt it down and make my own filament, then I will. Because to me, that's the ultimate recycling, do it yourself. But
Paul Lewis says, you need to have a word with your local council, Fox. Where I live, the local refuse collectors take away any plastic and drop it off at a plastic recycling centre. We have 4 bins. We have the grey bin, well, we've got the green bin for garden waste and food, like so vegetables, raw meat, cooked meat, anything like that. Food bags, kitchen food bags, food waste, garden stuff. That's the green bin. We have the black bin for tins and for plastic bottles, but also for things like foil trays, any foil products, anything like that. like metal foil food takeaway trays and stuff goes in there. We have the blue bin for cardboard and paper. And then we have the grey household bin, which is basically everything else. And it's purely because the paper's recycled, the green stuff is recycled, the plastic bottles and glass bottles and metal stuff is recycled, but the other household one is basically landfill. And that's just a limitation of what my local recycling does, I guess. I guess, anyway, that's my understanding, because that domestic waste is anything from nappies to broken window glass to plastic sprues to food containers. You take away plastic trays. I guess that's all the stuff they're not able to separate out.
That little hour beep there sounded so retro. It was brilliant.
Deet, deet. I love it.
I've heard that in years.
It's like I can't. The moment I realised I could set the hour signal on it, I'm like, oh, I don't know how I've lived without it on my other watches for all these years.
Absolutely, it's brilliant, isn't it? It's like,
because it's like before, I'd be like, right, I can play this game till 4 o'clock, but then I need to go and make the dinner.
Yeah.
But now I can just be like, right, so I'm not going to have to look at the watch at all.
Yeah.
Just sit there, play my game, bleep bleep. Right, I can go and make the dinner now.
Absolutely.
So the moment I realised I could do that, but for some reason though, it's really annoying because I've got 3 alarms: 9 a.m, midday, and 2 o'clock. 9 a.m. to get up and go and undo the door downstairs and unlock the porch and stuff, then go back to bed. 12 o'clock, in the hope that I will actually get up and maybe have a bit of an early start. But that means I've only had 6 hours sleep. And then 2 p.m. to get up and go and get Mama Fox up.
Yeah.
For some reason, I always sleep through the 12 o'clock one. I don't know why. I'm never aware of it. Like 9 a.m. I wake up and 2 p.m. I wake up, but 12 midday never wake up.
Yeah. If I haven't woken up after 4 hours, H comes and gets me because she knows after 4 hours I won't be able to move. Even if I'm only up half an hour and then have a power nap in the armchair or something. But yeah, because I won't be able to move.
But to Paul Lewis's thing about taking any plastic, it depends on what your recycling centre actually is able to recycle.
Yes.
Because everything is the reason that we do separate bottles and plastic bottles and things like that is because they are made of a specific plastic, whereas things like plastic food trays, plastic kits, polystyrene stuff, it's a completely different plastic, and they obviously don't have the option to recycle that. Or the ability to recycle, whereas they can recycle the plastic bottles and things like that. So,
well, our council went down the road at one point of delivering composters to people, which was all well and good, and folks started religiously doing their composting until they got infested with rats. Yeah. Because it was a food source for them.
Exactly.
And suddenly everyone was, oh, bloody hell, but what did they expect?
Yeah. Rabbit says, we've got a green bin for organic waste, food/cat litter, blue bin for recycling, no black plastics, and black bin for garbage. Yard waste, we have to buy expensive giant paper bags. What's yard waste?
Yard waste is a garden. In America, it's a yard, isn't it?
Well, he says we can't put grass or dirt in the yard waste bags. So if you can't do grass and dirt, what is it for bits of trees? But that's the thing, like for the organic waste, he says they can put food and cat litter. But the whole thing with the food and stuff is to recycle it into because we have food waste and garden waste is one bin, and the reason they can recycle that is they can either compost it,
mulch it up and all of that,
industrially and use it as a fuel source, or they can recycle it to go to companies that make it into paper and stuff, along with the card and paper. But cat litter's like gravel. I can't imagine you can. Just
gravel and what comes out of the cat, I suppose, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah,
so I can't imagine what you'd recycle the plant matter into with gravel in it. It's weird.
Use it to fill in the potholes in the road.
Yeah, that wouldn't work. Right, I've got to get this guy glued up. I think he's ready. I've been cleaning him religiously for the last hour.
I know, I am impressed, mate.
What are you doing?
I'm just having a breather at the moment, mate.
Ooh,
I have been painting ickle checkers.
When we were talking before we went live, he's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I could paint some chips on it. I said, put some stripes on the missile and some checkers on it somewhere. That'll fill an hour.
Well, yeah, because all my stuff is boxed up, innit? Because I've been ripping out the man cave and moving everything. So everything I had to hand, models that I was building, my Citadel box, and that, it's all packed away at the moment. So
you planned it perfectly by filing away all the stuff you're working on.
Absolutely, and I didn't want it to get damaged because the only thing that remained was this table worktop that I'm filming on now. Everything else was out of the room. So as stuff's come back in, I'd spotted my Sentinel sat there in its base colours, and it's like, I'll have to just sit and do that.
I'll sit and fettle on that. There you go. It's better than nothing. Better than a kick up the arse.
The one thing I've been avoiding working on for months, and it's like.
Well, the thing is, it's kind of graduated to become like a generic test pig now, isn't it? Really, it's like.
Oh, this little thing, yeah, it's the test mule of the shelf.
It could just be like, if we've got nothing else to do, I'll just paint some checkers or stripes on it or something, or I'll.
That's it. It's been one of those things that I've never fully finished. Mind you, most of my Warhammer builds I've never fully finished.
And it's not an expensive kit to sacrifice, so.
No, it's my little sacrificial mule, this one, mate. I thought
you were going to say My Little Pony then. I don't know why.
Yeah, but it's a Sentinel, isn't it? What more can I say? And it's got the most angry looking orc in it.
Orc?
But, I've deliberately never painted the lens because I'm going to paint a lens for the first time soon. So, yeah.
Ooh, I've drilled another perfectly centered barrel. I've done that twice now tonight.
Tell me no. I can't. Can someone put a APB out for Foxx? Only this isn't Foxx because drilling perfect barrels.
I know. Hey, also in other news, you remember I said a few weeks ago, that I watched the first episode of Moon Knight on Disney.
Yes.
The new Marvel thing, and that I was shocked to realise that Oscar Isaacs isn't actually English.
Right.
Because I didn't know whether he was English or American. I thought his English Londony accent was like real.
Yeah.
And I was shocked to realise he's actually American, and his English accent was actually really good. So I watched the next 3 episodes yesterday, and I'm not saying his English accent was good, but his American accent sounded fake.
Oh, really?
And his English accent sounded perfectly acceptable. And I'm like, are you sure he's not English? And I was reading in some of the comments on one of the reviews of the episodes, and like there was a couple of Americans like saying, "Oh, I wish he just hadn't done that stupid fake English accent."
Yeah.
And then a whole ream of like English people saying, "Actually, that's a really good English accent. You clearly have never spoken to an English person."
Yeah.
And they're all like, "Hey, we're English, and his accent's really good."
I'm English. His accent's better than mine.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there thinking, are you sure he's not actually English? Because his English accent sounds much better than his American one. I was like, hearing him with an American accent sounded wrong.
Oh, really?
Really weird. Yeah, it's like, because it's not like a Dick Van Dyke, ooh, nah, mate. It's not like that. Yeah. It's more like it's just like a kind of...
Very poppy, it is.
It's like a kind of feeble, wimpy... Londony accent. It's not particularly London. It's just like a feeble English, southern counties, kind of London, south of the country type.
Suburbia.
Yeah, he's like, oh no, it's quite good. Yeah, it's all right, ain't it? Yeah,
oh, he's proper
feeble.
Yeah, proper Essexy sort of Joey.
Well, a little bit, but like he's a real mummy's boy, and he's a bit neurotic, and he's like totally like, everything's really scary. It's just like a normal generic.
Yeah.
So I'm still shocked that he's actually American. I'm like, nah, this guy's British. He's just pretending to.
Fair play to him, because it is difficult for an American to do an English accent, because their whole way of wording and phrasing is totally different, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's amazing that it's an American doing an English accent that isn't just like, "Oh, blimey, governor, you know what I mean? Yeah, that wasn't it." Every time I see an American playing an English person, and it's like, yeah, just hire an English actor for the love of God, please.
It's when they think that all English people are still Victorian and have tea in the garden with the Queen. And it's like,
oh yeah.
It's like they all think that we walk around wearing Victorian outfits and hats and drink Pims. It's like, yeah. Yeah,
it's quite funny. So I'm still shocked that he's actually American. I refuse to believe he's an American. Yeah. But I just love the fact all these like English people in the chat and this thing say you've clearly never heard an English accent because normally it's the other way around.
Yeah.
But there are all the British people like defending him, saying actually you've never heard an English accent because that's really good.
But
So there you
then
go.
on the other side of the scale, you've got that infamous attempt that Michael Caine had at speaking an American accent, and it's like, yeah, we can get it wrong and all.
Oh yeah, God, can we ever?
You can have that.
Can we ever? We can screw it up just as much.
Oh yeah, so it's not just.
But we kind of normally have the sense that when we want to get an American character, we tend to just hire an American actor.
Yeah.
Dexter Fletcher not included in that one. Obviously, we deeply regret the existence of Dexter Fletcher in that Press Gang series.
Yeah.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, that didn't do our special relationship much good, did it? Though?
No, at least with Dempsey and Makepeace, we had the sense to actually hire a damn American.
Yeah.
It was still garbage, like. But
Still had the worst intro music of any show ever.
Yeah, pretty much the worst. It wouldn't have been bad if it wasn't like 45 minutes long. Dear Lord.
But yeah, Michael Brandon, wasn't it? And Glynis Barber.
Michael Brandon, yeah, Glynis. I mean, what kind of name is Glynis Barber for any woman in the 80s who wasn't 90? Come on, yeah. Glynis is a 90-year-old's name. And it's funny how whenever Michael Brandon's in anything now, it's
you
it's
can't
just like,
help but think of him in Dempsey and Makepeace. You can't take him seriously, can you?
You think, Token American. Oh, it's Poirot. Oh, it's Token American. Oh, it's some other crime series. Oh, he's going to do the Token American. There you go.
It's a bit like John Ford when he played Inspector Morse. You kept wanting him to turn round and go, "You slag."
Well, my mum and dad used to know John Thor back in the day.
Yeah.
Used to hang out with him and stuff. And Mama Fox always told me the story about when John Thor's first proper role. He'd done lots of stuff, but his first sort of recognised role was the thing called Red Caps, where it was about military police.
Yeah.
And I think it was Red Caps, and he had to put on this Ponzi accent because she said John Thor is he's a Mancunian.
Yeah.
He's not Morse. He said, so when we first heard him talking like that for Red Cap, because he's playing an officer, we were like, oh, you big ponce. Because and then he kind of adopted that accent.
Yeah.
He kept it, and they all used to take the piss out of him with something rotten. Because he was a northern monkey, he was a Manchester lad. He's like, So the way he adopted his kind of accent that then became a bit. He kind of got it back a bit for the Sweeney and stuff, but he was still a bit. So yeah, Mum and Dad used to take the piss out of him something wrong when he first started doing that Ponzi, because he just stuck with it.
Yeah,
he thought it might help him get more roles,
got more work. Yeah,
and you can't knock him for it.
Oh no,
got another crack in this guy's arse.
No one could have played Jack Regan, could they? You know what I mean?
No, shut it.
It was of its time, wasn't it?
Yep. What was his accent in that though? Was it more Londony or was it?
Yeah, a little
generic?
bit more, a little bit more Londony, but I wouldn't have said full blown.
No, because I mean, in Morse it was kind of generic southern counties, wasn't it? So
yeah.
I don't mean like all right, my barber. I don't mean like that. I mean like below Birmingham.
Oh yeah, it was a nondescript, wasn't it?
Yeah.
His southern accent, you know.
Paul Di Tommaso says, "Well, I'm off, guys. Take care, and I'll see you all next time. Take care, Paul."
Yeah, no worries, Paul. I
Thanks
should
for
be
coming in,
coming off at past anyway, so
past.
Yeah, so you won't have missed much, mate.
Rabbit says, "I'm sure it all goes to compost, then it's mixed, so all the cat sand doesn't really hurt any."
Yeah.
I don't know what compost is actually used for, though. I don't understand. Is it used for fertiliser or to produce heat for energy?
Yeah, I think a lot of it gets recycled for biofuel, doesn't it, and fertiliser, and I think the farmers get a bit of it and all, don't they? And
I suppose you sell it to garden centres, you get it for your plants, don't you?
Garden centres and shizzle like that, so it is used.
Shizzle. Yeah, I just suddenly realised compost, and then it's like, oh, you dumb flip.
You know, I'd quite happily do all my own composting, you know. I don't think the neighbours would probably appreciate it. But
we used to have a little compost thing in the back of the garden when Mum and Dad were into their vegetable patch era in the 70s.
You know, I'd quite happily have a compost bin because at the end of the day, for me, it's just you feel good about yourself in a way, don't you? You're doing something, but...
Yeah. I wonder how many people in chat who are English or British had the classic 1970s vegetable patch. We did.
We did, yeah.
Mum and Dad had a veg patch.
Yeah.
It was basically cucumbers and tomatoes and potatoes and lettuce. And
It was basically a couple of badly furrowed trenches on one side of the garden, wasn't it?
Yeah. And it was just purely because people had watched The Good Life.
Yeah, bit of rickety peas, wasn't it, and runner beans.
Oh, you always had the runner. You had the
runner bean frame, wasn't it?
Sweet peas and things.
Yeah, and that would get blown down if there was a bit of a breeze, wouldn't it? It's, oh, bloody thing's blown down again.
Yeah, we had what was there? So there's cucumbers. We had marrow was a thing. Marrows,
runner beans, spuds, parsnips,
spuds was the easy
carrots.
Don't think we had parsnips.
Yeah. What else was it? Cabbages.
Parsnips might be a bit bullshit. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, cabbages.
Don't think we had cabbages. I think we had lettuce.
Yeah, we had the old cabbage patch. Yeah. Oh, yeah, my mum was really quite a Percy thrower. There's a blast from the past.
Percy thrower? Was he gardening?
Yeah,
I thought he was
gardening.
A bird. Was he not birds?
No, he was gardening. He was, yeah.
Why am I thinking birds? I don't know why I'm thinking birds.
But yeah, he was. Yeah, she loved all of that. Right up her sleeve. I think she's still got a little veggie patch on the go at her place she lives at now.
Well, Mama Fox, a few years ago, she bought a veg truck, which is like a big wooden thing, almost like a manger.
Yeah.
But you just grow veggies in it, and she got that for the side of the house. And then after the first year, she got it to buy herbs, and then never did anything with it. And of course, it's like buying a pet that you never feed.
Yeah.
Now it's just got plants in it. Just got random plants that have landed in it. I was like, I knew it wouldn't last very long.
I'll have to ask her when I next see her. You got a veggie patch going in that garden and all? Because it's been something she's always done.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just what she's used to.
I think for my mum and dad, it was because of The Good Life.
Yeah, I think she gets it off of her late father. He was an avid gardener.
Now here's another.
You know, allotments was a thing during the war, wasn't it?
That's true. Here's another thing then. 1970s.
Yeah.
Did your folks make their own, do their own wine?
Yeah, my mum did.
The winemaking kit.
Didn't see much of him because he was always working away. So,
but did they have like the carboys with the little nozzles and the?
Yeah, under the stairs she used to have big vats of rum punch, fruit punch, wine, all of that, like slow gin.
For my mum and dad, it seemed to be all they ever made was carrot wine. I've got no idea.
Dandelion and burdock, was it?
Oh really? No.
Yeah.
Don't know. Yeah, it was always carrot wine for some reason my parents made. And then I don't remember them ever drinking it because it was probably foul.
Yeah,
Home winemaking. So 1970s.
I always wanted a still, do whiskey or something like that. Proper moonshine.
What, when you were a little kid?
Yeah.
When you were like 10?
Proper moonshine, because as I got older, it's like, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
We need to get a still and or a banjo.
Yeah, I bought a beer kit once, and it's like...
Yeah, they never worked though, did they?
No. Pot of, basically, mud,
Right, I think I've got one guy left to build, so I'm not going to build him.
No, you build your one guy if you want.
No, because it'll be another hour and a half, so I'll leave him until next time.
Yeah.
I've got to have something to
cannot believe I've strung this out for 4 hours. And there's still lots to do on it.
Yeah. What are you going to do on Sunday? Are you back with Dave on Sunday?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Back with the Sunday brunch this Sunday, folks. I'm now streaming back to normal. It's just I needed that few days because this room was uninhabitable. I didn't have a chair in here or anything, because, But yeah, we're doing the Sunday brunch.
I just sniffled again, so I do apologise.
Warhammer Sunday. Hopefully by then I've been able to get to me Citadel box and I might dig out me trike.
Yeah. Oh, what, your resin trike?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Trouble is, it's working with resin live, isn't it? Yeah.
It depends how much. It depends how much sand. If it's just a tiny bit of sand, you can wear a paper mask, can't you?
If not, I can always dig out the alt truck, can't I?
Oh, there's a point you've got about that.
Start gluing that together.
dirty
I've
Great
got
Big Orc truck.
loads of other stuff to paint. So, you know, it depends. Once I've got all my stuff in here, I can have a good ferret.
Yeah, good fettle and rummage.
But yeah, at the moment, I'm kind of what's on the shelf that I can get away with adding a bit of paint to. I've got me Waz bomb
I've still got to do my Waz bomb.
that I built ages and ages ago that I started.
Oh yeah.
I've
Do you
got-
like the fact? Do you like the way you can just lean back now and pick that up rather than having to go and find it and climb
Yeah.
up a shelf and stuff?
Yeah, so I've got that bad boy. That needs the base painting and chipping and a bit more shizzle on it. So I've still got him.
I love the way you hold up what looks like a completely painted thing and say, "I've got to do all the base colours and everything yet."
Yeah, it's got to have washes yet. It's got to be chips. I've done one wing at the moment, so yeah.
It's looking mint though. Even at that stage, it's looking mint.
So yeah, I hate this one. I don't know why. I've just not felt it all the way through.
Then put it to one side, and you've got another one in the box set.
Yeah,
so.
I know, but I don't know why it is. I really don't know.
What you mean the paint? You mean the painting, not the model, or just the model?
No, I think it's just the painting. I've not really worked on it for any long period of time, have I? So I've not really gotten into the swing with this one.
You've done it in little bits, haven't you?
Yeah, it's always been a bit itty bitty, so I need to fall in love with her a bit more. So now that she's out and about and staring at me, I'll probably end up randomly picking it up without a second thought and get on with it.
If you've got an enormous bowl, you could detol it.
Yeah, but then I'd have to do it all again, wouldn't I? And I've got
Yeah.
got one in a box that I can build if I want to do that. You know.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, the fact that you've said detol it means that you're hating on it as well, deep
No,
down.
not at all.
I know
I
you
think it
are.
was pretty good, to be perfectly honest.
I know you are deep down.
I'm saying if you're not happy with it, but then again,
It's
you could
just-
just spray over it if you needed to. But I think it looks fine.
It's just one of them. I think because it's been sat up in its box on a shelf and forgotten about for so long, it feels like I'm going backwards. Whereas really, I do need to get them all finished and faffed around with. And
Well, I mean, part of it could also be that some of the things you've done on that, you've actually moved on from and got better at, and you're thinking, yeah, that's maybe looking at something going, oh, I could do that better now.
yeah, but I can just paint
it's-
over them bits, can't I?
Yeah, that's maybe where it's not sitting well with you because there's stuff on there that you can see. You think, oh, I've learned more. about that
Yeah, I
particular
think
thing
the
now.
scale of the chipping's a bit big. So it's one of them. I can see me repainting the wings.
Yeah, it's been ongoing so long that you've actually improved some of those techniques, and you're thinking, yeah, I can
Yeah.
do that better.
So it's one of them. But again, saying that, it's good to look at stuff you did a while back because you do see a difference.
Yeah,
And that's kind of what I like about having these odd ones laying around is you can see it and go, I do that a bit better now. And
I suppose the only downside if it's half done, then you're not inclined to go back to it because you're like, oh, I could do that better now, but I don't want to have to start again.
yeah. Whereas I've got another one in the box, so it'll probably be a good way of looking at the differences. So,
Yeah.
but no, it's not going to get binned or hammered or squished
No,
or
no,
burnt because that's not my thing. But yeah, it is nice to just be able to lean over and grab a kit, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of handy for you, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Rabbit says, I've got 2 large bins in the back garden that I use specifically for grass trimmings. There used to be a veggie patch in our back garden. I suppose I could try to grow something. Maybe not. I've got wild bunnies in the back garden, so they'll eat anything I plant. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Paul Lewis says, thank you for the blue wrench. I appreciate it.
Not a problem, Paul, mate. My pleasure, mate. Sorry, I'd actually overlooked it, mate. It's literally, I noticed the icon and was like, he should have a spanner. So, mate, apologies.
It's more thank you to you for doing the thing that means you get a blue spanner.
Absolutely, you know what I mean? And to get a blue spanner, folks, remember, if you would like a blue spanner, you can join my channel by clicking the join button below. I'm doing it again. Or you can become a patron over on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop. You can also do it for Fox as well, patreon.com/modelmakingguru, or click
That's
the join
me.
button on any of his content, and that will give you access to the Zoom 24/7 Hangout, folks. So, Paul Lewis, don't forget, you can get access to the Zoom Hangout because you're a channel member, mate. So, the links are in the channel, in the community tab. If you scroll down, you'll see it in there, mate. There's a link and the passcode. And if you want to come and join us off air in a Zoom Hangout, you get to interact with us off air, mate.
Do you have all the links in your video description as well?
I would have to load the video and check that, mate. I don't honestly know. I might do. Let's have a look.
I've started putting them in mine just because it's easier. And I can say it's in the description below the video. Because searching for the community post can be a bit of a chore sometimes.
I can add it to the list.
Yeah, put it on. I put it on my default video.
Yeah, I'll add that. I've got on my Amazon store on there.
You can get 5,000 characters in the video description. It's quite good. I've got all kind of stuff in mine. It's really handy.
I will add it to the description on my videos as soon as we come off here.
Cool beans. So you learn something in your brain there.
Oh yeah, not that. It'll stop you nagging me.
No, I'm not nagging. It's not nagging if I'm helping you pimp your shizzle.
Oh no. It's just I've got the join one up there, but yeah, I'll add that. There you go.
Right. Well, I built two dudes.
I suppose we should disappear, let people get on with their night, morning, or whatever.
Yes. Night, morning, evening.
Massive thanks to you all for coming in and keeping us both company.
Absolutely.
Massively appreciated. We love seeing you. We love interacting with you.
Yeah. We've got used to the smell, so we don't
absolutely.
mind that.
I will see you all Sunday with Dave for a Sunday brunch, 12:30. So remember, click the bell on the channel so you get your notification. And we streaming Sunday, mate.
Absolutely, as far as I know.
That'll be over on Fox's channel, Model Making Guru on YouTube. Like and subscribe to his channel.
It might not actually go up till about. Sometimes I don't actually get to post the video, the thing up till maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon, but it'll be there. Don't worry.
Yeah, no worries. And we both look forward to seeing you then.
Yes.
So, big thanks. Stay safe, everyone. Take care.
Right.
See you next time.
Adios, amigos.
Bye for now.
Bye. Like and subscribe. I haven't said that at all tonight. That's the first time I've said it.
I'm impressed you have been
like
really
and subscribe.
good.
Like and subscribe.